Thank you.
We will move on to item number 2, which is members' interests. Are there any members that wish to declare an interest in any items on our agenda this evening? Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I need to declare an interest as a ward member in, let me just get to it, in item 4A, as I'm a ward member for the Stookley's division. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gawson.
Thank you, Chair. Item 5C as ward member.
Thank you. Councillor McAdam. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Chair. As the ward member for item 4A and 5A, and also the county councillor for both of those.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slade.
Yes, that's 3B and 4B. I'm a ward member.
Councillor Slade, will you be leaving the meeting for those 2 items?
Yes, I will, yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mockball.
Item 4B, I'm a town councillor.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members' interests? No, so I will... Oh, Councillor Butler. Councillor Butler. Thank you very much. Councillor Wayford, did you put up your hand?
I didn't. I'm the ward member in Huntingdon, which may be relevant to 4A as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on to item 3A on the agenda. Councillor Mockball.
Sorry, I think I said 4B, but I meant 5B. So nice.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to item 3A, which is Offord Cluny and Offord Darcy, and this will be presented to us by our planning officer, Andrea Dollard.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Committee. This application is for a certificate of lawful permitted development for the installation of 2 roof lights and revised fenestration to a single-storey projection and the erection of a single-storey extension. It's been brought to committee in line with the scheme of delegation, as the applicant is a staff member involved in the planning service. The proposed site is a 2-storey semi-detached dwelling located on the main thoroughfare of Offord Darcy. The site does not have any relevant constraints and the permitted development rights remain intact. This slide shows an aerial picture of the site edged in yellow. Again, the site location plan edged in red. And this is a block plan showing the single-storey rear extension to the east and the roof lights to the existing rear projection can be seen in the centre of the picture. This slide also shows the floor plans of the proposed extension, with the rear extension to the south, or to the bottom of the picture, sorry. This again shows the extension from the rear elevation and the side elevation from the neighbour's side. And again from the south elevation, and you can see the 2 roof lights and the change in the doorway from the left-hand door to the right-hand door. This is a picture of the site from the south elevation, with the roof lights to go in the top of that building and the extension to go to the right-hand side of the picture to replace the lower wooden store. So this is permitted development under Schedule 2, Part 1, Class C of the Town and Country Planning Act, which permits alterations to the roof of a dwelling house subject to certain criteria set out within the order, The proposed development meets the tests as laid out under this section, and development under this class is subject to conditions relating to obscured glass and non-opening above 1.7 metres of the room they serve. The applicant has confirmed that the roof lights will be obscured glass, and I can confirm that the windows are 1.7 metres above the floor level. The extension falls under Schedule 2, Part 1, Class A of the Town and Country Planning Act, which permits alterations to a dwelling house subject to certain criteria set out within the order. The proposed development again meets the tests laid out under this section. Again, the development under this class is subject to conditions relating to external materials which must be of similar appearance to those of the host dwelling, and any upper floor window located in the wall or roof slate forming a side elevation must be obscured glass and non-opening above 1.7 metres of the room they serve. This application meets these conditions. Therefore, the officer recommendation is that the development is considered to be permitted within the meaning of classes A and C of Part 1, Schedule 2 of the Town and Country Planning Act, and therefore recommends to the committee that Huntingdonshire District Council grant a certificate of lawful permitted development in respect of the insertion of 2 roof lights to the south-facing roof slope of the existing single-storey rear projection, revised fenestration to the south-facing elevation of existing single-storey rear projection, proposed single-storey rear extension, partly replacing the existing single-storey lean-to wood store, for 73 High Street, Offord Darcy, subject to the conditions laid out in the order.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, I need to make a declaration that I'm the ward member of Offord and Cluny and Offord and Darcy, so for 3A. So we'll move on to questions for this particular application. Are there any questions of clarification that you have? Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. I think the helpful presentation implied this, but just for avoidance of doubt, if an application with these facts came before the council, it shouldn't happen to be from an applicant who was involved as a member of staff in planning. Would it even be before DMC, or would it be approved entirely by a delegation?
Yes, this type of application would be a delegated authority, and the only reason it is before the members is because it is a staff member involved in our planning service.
Are there any other questions before we move on to discussion on this particular application? No other questions, so we'll move on to the discussion on this particular application. Is there anybody that would like to start the discussion? Councillor Niche, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, I recommend that we do grant permission, because the only reason it is actually here is because for full transparency is laid out in here. So I'm happy to already recommend approval.
Thank you very much, Councillor Niche. Councillor Sanderson?
Chair, excuse me, Chair, I'm happy to second Councillor Niche's proposal that we approve this application.
Is there anyone else that wants to contribute to this discussion before we move on to a vote? No, we'll move on to a vote. We have approval from Councillor Niche and seconded by Councillor Sanderson. All those in favour of approval, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Those against, and any abstentions. Therefore, that has been approved. We will move on to item 3B on our agenda, which is an application in St Neots, and will be presented to us by our planning officer, Adela. Thank you.
Good evening. I am presenting item 3B of the agenda pack, pages 23 to 50. We have noted that there has been a typo on the agenda pack giving the wrong reference number. The reference number should read 22/01977 full and not 21. So apologies for this. Sorry. Thank you. This is an application for erection of 4 townhouses, 2 pairs of semi-detached dwellings, receiving of a vehicular access on Elm Lodge, Potton Road, Ainsbury, Sandyots. The application has been brought before members as planning officer's recommendation of refusal is contrary to the town council recommendation of approval. The reasons for refusals relate to design and layout, residential amenity, highway safety, and parking, and lack of unilateral undertaking for wheeled bins. The site is shown on this map as hashed black, is located within the built-up area of Ainsbury, which forms part of the Sandyots special planning area. In terms of constraints, the site is not within a conservation area. There are no listed buildings in the immediate vicinity of the site, and there are no protected trees. The site lies within flood zone 1, which has a low risk of flooding as identified in the Environmental Agency flood risk map. This is an aerial view of the site. The site is outlined in yellow. As it can be seen from this image, the site comprises a late Victorian 2-story building known as Elm Lodge within a plot of approximately 0.8 hectares, which is accessed from Potton Road. The existing hip-roof building is set back on the site, and it is understood that it was last used as 7 flats. There is also a block of 5 garages at the rear of the site. The site fronts onto Potton Road and is a predominantly residential area with the bungalows and modern 2-story dwellings to north and northeast. Commercial buildings to the east adjacent to Elm Cottage at the rear of the site, and 2-story dwellings to the south. To the west and southwest is a wider residential area known as Ridgeway. This location plan is showing the red line boundary of the site. This is a slide showing the site from different street views. View 1 is from Potton Road looking south. This is numbered as 1 on the aerial image. View 2 is from Potton Road looking north. This is shown as number 2 on the aerial image. And view 3 is from Ridgeway looking east. This is shown as number 3 on the aerial image. This is a photo I have taken from Potton Road. I was standing on the red circle on the aerial photo. The northern boundary of the site can be seen on the right-hand side of this image. For this photo, I am standing on the red circle on the aerial image. This shows the western boundary of the site. The next one, this photo shows the southern boundary of the site, which is to the left of the image. Number 125 Potton Road is at the center of the image. The next 3 slides show some other pictures from the site and surrounding from different years. On this slide, on the left-hand side, you can see the plan for the previous application on site, which was for erection of 4 single bedroom flats and 3 2-bedroom houses. This application was refused in 2022. It is worth noting that the site has a history of permission in 2020 for an outline application with all matter reserved, which was for demolition of existing building and erection of up to 8 flats residential development. This permission is now expired. On the on the right, you can see the proposed plan under the application for this committee item. The application is for the demolition of the existing dwelling and garages and the erection of 2 pairs of semi-detached 1.5-story dwellings. These dwellings are served by an amended access from Potton Road, located centrally along the plot's frontages. The forwardmost pair of dwellings would be set back in the plot by 9.5 meters from the southern boundary of the plot. The dwellings would be gable-ended, both with the dormer window in the front elevation. The rearmost pair of dwelling would be seated at the right angles to the front pairs and set behind at a distance of around 3.8 meters. The rear dwellings would be seated at right angles to the existing elm cottage around 2 meters from its rear corner. These dwellings would be gable-ended but without any dormer windows. As you can see from this plan, parking for the dwellings would be provided in 3 locations: 2 spaces to the side of the dwelling on plot 1, 2 spaces diagonally to the front of the dwelling on plot 2, and 4 spaces at the rear of the site in places of the existing garage blocks. They would be served by a mix of tarmac and paving. A wall would be erected along the site's frontages. The dwellings would each be served by a small rear gardens. And on this plan, you can see where the main access is, and those small little dots, red dots, are the parking spaces. And then those little arrows shows the main entrance to each block. On this slide, you can see the elevation and floor plans for plot 3 and 4. Next one, please. On this slide, you can see the elevation and floor plans for plot 1 and 2. Just to note that both elevation and both floor plan for all plots are identical. The ground floors of each plot would feature facilities, service, and living rooms, and the first floor would contain bedrooms and bathroom. This slide shows you the proposed plan being overlaid on the aerial image. It gives you an indication of how the proposed development would be sitting in the area. So the first reason for refusal is based on the design. As outlined in paragraph 7.23 of the officer report, the design of these semi-detached dwellings would be incongruous with the dominant character and appearance of the street scene. Furthermore, the setting and scale of the proposal would result in a cramped overdevelopment of the site, resulting in inadequate private amenity spaces for the proposed dwelling. That would be uncharacteristic of properties in the locality and would result in detrimental impacts on the street scene of Potton Road. Therefore, the proposal is considered contrary to policies LP11, LP12, LP14 of the local plan and the design SPD of Huntingdonshire, the National Design Guide, and the Section 12 of the NPPF. The second reason for refusal is based on residential amenity. As per paragraphs 7.30 and 7.31 of the officer report, the proposals fails to demonstrate that the dwellings on plot 3 and 4 would not result in the increased overlooking and perception of being overlooked to the rear gardens of number 125 and number 129 Potton Road. Accordingly, the proposals fails to maintain the standard of amenity currently experienced by users and occupiers of numbers 125 and 129 Potton Road, and therefore it is in conflict with policy LP 14 of Huntingdonshire local plan and the NPPF. As you can see from this slide, number 129 is located to the north and number 125 of Potton Road is located to the south of the site. The arrows are trying to indicate the concerns with regards to the impact of the proposals and overlooking issues for the rear gardens of these properties. The third reason for refusal is relevant to residential amenity. As you can see from the next slide, as a result of the distance between the rear elevation of the dwelling on plot 2 and the flank elevation of the dwelling on plot 3, the dwelling on plot 3 would appear overbearing and visually intrusive when viewed from the windows in the rear elevation and rear gardens of the dwellings on plot 1 and 2. The location of the roof lights in plot 1 could also permit the direct overlooking of the rear gardens of the dwellings on plot 3 and 4. Accordingly, by virtue of the design, setting, and proximity of the dwellings within the site, the proposed development would have a harmful impact upon the amenities of the future occupiers of the dwellings and is contrary to policy LP 14 of the Huntingdonshire local plan, the design guide SPD, and the guidance in the national planning policy framework. Sorry, can you go back on the slide? The first reason for refusal is related to residential amenity. As you can see from the next slide, the proposed gardens are considered small compared to the existing adjacent gardens in Potten Road. This is number 4. Yeah. Thank you. The next one. Thank you. So the proposed gardens highlighted in green on this plan are considered small compared to existing adjacent gardens in Potten Road. The small garden sizes, particularly for plot 2, are unlikely to provide sufficient spaces for general everyday needs, along with the storage and bins and bikes required by local plan policy LP 17. Together with the poor outlook and impact upon amenities, the proposed development would provide for a poor standard of accommodation for the dwelling's future occupier. For your information, plot 2 featuring a very small and cramped amenity space measuring just 3 meters deep and 5.6 meters wide. In addition, it is worth noting that the dwellings would have a gross internal floor space of around 58 square meters, which is below the minimum floor space requirement of 70 square meters for 2 beds, 3 persons, 2-story dwellings. This standard is set in the nationally described technical housing standard documents. Next one. The fifth reason for refusal is with regards to highway safety. Due to lack of information regarding visibility displays and adequate access dimension, the local planning authority are not able to make a comprehensive assessment in regards to the impact of the proposal on highway safety. The parking spaces for plot 1, which is highlighted in yellow on the next slide, appears to be of inadequate dimensions. And is likely to result in a vehicle being parked in the shared area, thus reducing the turning space for the other property's vehicle. The proposal therefore fails to demonstrate that there will be no adverse highway safety impacts and is considered contrary to policy LP 17 of Huntingdonshire local plan and section 9 of the national planning policy framework. The last reason for refusal is because the application is not accompanied by a unilateral undertaking for wheeled bins. So to summarize, there are 6 reasons for refusal. 1 reason based on design and layout, 3 based on amenity issues, 1 based on highway safety, and 1 reason based on lack of unilateral undertaking for wheeled bins. The members are therefore encouraged to refuse the application in line with officer's recommendation of refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have any speakers for this particular application, so we'll move on to questions of clarification for our planning officers. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the report. If you go back to the plan that you had marked up with the gardens, it's if I'm reading the plan right on here, then I don't think your plan is quite accurate, because I think the gardens for 3 and 4 should come back to the buildings, unless you're telling me something else is happening. And then in the area, I think it's for plot 1, it's got garden written on the area that's not coloured up behind the parking area. So I just wanted clarification with regard to that.
So if you can see the first sort of the block of green areas, there is a pathway, there is a walkway on top of it for plots 1. Sorry. Yeah, the one in the middle, the both green areas in the middle. So there is a pathway which is called path on top of it, if you can see.
See where it says 4 and 3.
Yeah.
The dashed line is existing. That should be in garden as well, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we just have to say we're wrong on that. Yeah.
Sorry, I might have highlighted it a bit wrong, but then the dash line shows the existing building, if that makes sense.
Sorry, Chair. So I'm assuming that the garden to 3 and 4 should come back to the new building, not as coloured on there. And then for plot 1, the garden area also include the area that's marked garden behind at the rear of the parking area. So I just want clarification to say that I am right. Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Sorry, just to say this is what I've done on the plan to show not the exact boundary of the garden, just to show where the gardens are. Apologies if that caused confusions.
Thank you. Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. Is it worth just clarifying further to that for our reassurance that, as you say, it was just for illustrative purposes, picking up the green highlighting, but the advice and recommendation to us and the reason for refusal linked to inadequate amenity space outside is based on your confident assessment of the actual proportions of the garden, not just the amount of highlighted space. So that may be significant in our deliberation, surely.
Sorry, yes, you're right. The recommendation wouldn't change. That just shows an indication of where the garden is. It's not the accurate, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of clarification for our planning officer? There are no other questions, so we will move on to the discussion. Who would like to start the discussion for this particular application? Councillor Gorson.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've been to this one before a few years ago, and again, it definitely needs something doing to the site, but I do believe the officer has got it right on this one. It is overdevelopment in my view. There's so much going against it: parking, access onto the road, turning so that they can get in and out correctly. I think even down to the parking bays being too small. I think the officer has written this up absolutely well, and if you're happy to, I would propose refusal on this one.
Thank you. I'll take that as a proposal for a refusal. Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Wilson entirely on this one. I'm happy to second his recommendation, second his proposal for refusal. It is sufficiently clear-cut. We absolutely want further housing in our district. It's particularly frustrating to have this application before us, given, as Councillor Wilson indicated, the principle of residential development on the site isn't problematic, but it's all of the other factors in which it's difficult to rank order, which presents greater problems really because they are fairly fundamental. Happy to second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wakeford. Councillor Sanderson.
Chair, I visited this site along with Councillor McAdam yesterday, and my first impression was I'd like to see something happen here. I think we've seen from the photographs. It is a blot on the landscape, very much so. But I was drawn, before we had the presentation this evening, reading the report, to the consultations on page 27. I mean, there's two clear objections from the County Council. Firstly, from the Highways Authority, and secondly, when they're acting as the Archaeological Authority, asking for further information which doesn't appear to have been forthcoming. And I think the 5 recommendations for refusal were very clearly set out and presented this evening, so I'm in agreement that we should reject this application. Thank you.
Are there any other councillors that wish to contribute to this discussion? Then I will move on to the proposal that has been put forward by Councillor Goulson to refuse and Councillor Wakeford to second this refusal. All those who are in agreement of refusal of this particular application, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
And any of those against? Any abstentions? Therefore, this has been refused.
Nearly.
So, I think Councillor Wakeford's just got his computer switched off. His email.
I don't know, normally he does read his emails.
Yeah.
And he sent me an email first thing this morning.
I mean, we'll just risk it if we can't do it.
Oh,
Because you don't want to blow up. I've taken my information.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 4 on our agenda, which is Development Management Section 106 agreements. Item 4A is Stukely, Woodwalton, St Ives, Huntingdon, Alconbury Weston, Alconbury and Abbots Ripton. On this particular item, there will be 2 decisions that will need to be made, our planning officer, Aaron Sands, will talk us through that, and he will give us a presentation on this particular Section 106 agreement.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. As a quick note, just before we start, we have one further late representation, which I'll just read out for you now, from the Stukely's Parish Council. They have said, thank you for the opportunity, but Stukely's Parish Council will not be attending DMC meeting on the 22nd regarding 19//01341. The Parish Council meeting in December 2019 proposed a recommendation for a holding objection, primarily due to the loss of green space that were designated as Country Park to the proposed 1,500 houses on Grange Farm. Since the acquisition by the developers, Urban and Civic, of the parkland known as Stukely Hall Park, with the stated intention of linking this together with the area of Grange farmland designated as the Country Park, our concerns on these grounds are largely put to rest. I'll also just introduce to you, we have Matthew Paul here, our Urban Design Officer, who will be taking you through the design code section of this application. So the slide here, members, sets out the allocation at high level here, which was granted permission part of the 2012 permission back in 2014. I'd also draw attention to paragraph 911 of HDC's local plan in respect of the allocation, why that number in particular was allocated, as well as the identification that it was expected there was further capacity within this site. The total development across both the Grange Farm and 2012 permission before you here is 6,500 dwellings, so that's including the 5,000 consented, and reflecting the 9.11 identified number here. So the application here is structured in 3 tiers. So tier 1 is the outline permission and the site-wide strategies. Tier 2 is the design code and the key phase definition here. Both tier 1 and tier 2 form part of the outline permission that's before members tonight. The amendment under the section 73 is primarily to tier 1, which has already had associated tier 2 proposals that have followed through. Tier 3 would be future reserve matters submissions. So this is the site location plan for both applications in the hashed here. In particular, members should note the listed buildings. So we have a heritage area secured under the 20. I don't think you can see my mouse, unfortunately. We have a heritage area in the sort of top middle here, which included 2 grade 2 star listed hangars and a apologies, I'm getting a pop-up. There we go. And a grade 2 star listed bunker. And within key phase 1 to the left sort of middle of this image here, we have a grade 2 listed watch office forming part of the existing cricket park. We also have the Pressley Wood scheduled monument on the site here. Members might remember that from November last year that formed part of the country park proposals that came before members. Within the Grange Farm part of the site, shown in the red hashed here, there are 2 rights of way that cross east-west, roughly towards the northern end of that site and roughly across the middle. We have the A1 to the far west here, and just at the bottom, just on the very edge of that image there, is Huntingdon. So this is an aerial view of the site here. You can see largely the existing Grange Farm area is in agricultural use, but is covered by the 2012 permission as an extant permission that could be continued to develop. In particular, you can see the Spinneys woodland, the propeller in the middle of the Grange Farm there, and the Pressley Wood scheduled monument just to the north, both of which are covered by tree preservation orders. So this is the extant parameter plan of the 2012 permission here. So the area covered by Grange Farm largely included parkland, but in the blue there it also included a further education and sport campus, which has been relocated elsewhere within the site. The sort of black rough triangular shape there with the brownish orange triangle in the middle for orientation, that is Pressley Wood, the scheduled monument. And then this is the parameter plan proposed under the section 73, which would whiteland, as we call it, the Grange Farm area. So you can see the sort of diamond next to the number 2 there, and the slightly darker blue circle. Those are the areas where the sport facility and further education provision have been reallocated within the rest of the site as part of current wider discussions. And then just to the slight north of that darker blue is a lighter blue. That is known as Primary School 2, which would be proposed to uplift to a 4 form of entry primary school to accommodate Grange Farm. And this is the parameter plan for the Grange Farm outline planning permission here. So the hashed area at the bottom half of that site shows the land reserved for the realignment of the A141. The unhashed area is Key Phase A, which is also part of consideration before members as part of the Tier 2 proposals here. So in particular, in the middle of that, you can see the green links into the slightly greyed out area of the country park that came before members again back in November last year, as well as the Spinneys woodlands in the sort of green blocks in the middle. And then just again, back to that 2012 parameter plan here for members to just remind themselves of current approval on the site before we move into what is an indicative composite plan at the moment. So this just shows as kind of a rolling plan here what is currently either approved, submitted, or potentially proposed layouts across key phases. The black lines there just trying to highlight some of the edges of those phases to make it a bit clearer here. So you can see key phase 1 down the bottom, that's largely approved in detail. Key phase 2, again, that's the country park, that's before members towards the end of last year. Key phase 3 is submitted and is currently under consideration here. And key phase A is particularly here for consideration as part of the outline planning permission before members. So towards the very bottom of Grange Farm there, members should note that we also have the southern access and the link road that would run up the side along the eastern edge towards the railway. And then just for context, this is the southern access in detail. This has consent, it is implemented. This was also, for reference, designed to accommodate the full flows, including from Grange Farm. And the southern link road here, so starting on the left-hand image there, that is the southern access at the very bottom of that plan. So moving south to north across the screen there, the hashed area to the right of all those plans, is the SSSI, the Great Stukely Railway cutting, and the landscaping shown here is the buffer that's proposed to mitigate further potential impacts on that SSSI. Again, this is all approved and consented. So again, as part of the Tier 2 design code here, we have the regulatory plan. I'm going to hand over now to Matthew Paul, who's going to talk you through the design code element of the proposal.
Thank you, Erin. So the information contained in the regulatory plan cross-references with chapters 3 to 6 in Part B of the design code. This identifies the green infrastructure components, including the location of pocket parks, and they're marked by the green asterisks on that plan. The street hierarchy, location of accesses, parcel access points, bus stops and active travel routes, the location of frontage character areas, key groupings, and these are marked by the red dashed outlines, and marker buildings, which are the pink asterisks on that plan. The pink shaded area in the bottom corner is the local centre, and that identifies the retention of the Grange Farm farmhouse, the location of landmark buildings, car parking, and important active frontages within the local centre. Chapter 3 of the code identifies the function, size, location, features and materials for each green infrastructure component, and these have been shaped by the existing landscape and the physical features on the site. This is to create a strong network of green spaces that links and integrates the existing woodlands and the Alconbury Weald Country Park. This plan also identifies 4 pocket parks in parcels A, B, C and E, and these range in size from 900 square metres up to 1,500 square metres as stipulated in the regulatory plan. This slide shows an example of 2 of the larger areas of green infrastructure, the community parks and the greenways. The community parks form large multifunctional spaces that connect to the adjacent Alconbury Weald Country Park. These are designed to be relatively informal in character, overlooked by residential parcels, and feature equipped play areas, community gardens and general amenity space. The image on the right-hand side is of the greenways, so these incorporate habitat creation and amenity landscape elements, whilst also forming a key part of the site-wide drainage strategy. These linear spaces connect key landscape features and provide separation between development parcels to support the village character of Grange Farm. So Chapter 4 of the Design Code includes guidance for the location and type of streets, non-vehicular routes, the location of site access points from the southern access road, the indicative and fixed locations of parcel accesses, and the location of bus stops. A hierarchy of street types are proposed from the main distributor road right down to the smaller residential street types. The code includes tables that set out the design details and technical requirements for each street type, and accompanying street section drawings that illustrate the form of the street. And I'll just show you a couple of examples of that. So this is the secondary street. This is the main spine road that extends through the site. The images highlighted in green correspond with the green sections on the plan. And these show how the street type changes character at the intersection with the green corridors and introduces a central splitter island to create a landscape feature and pedestrian cycle crossing. The images highlighted in red correspond with street type B3 on the plan, and these show how plots within this section of the street would have direct access from the street with side drives, or they'd have a private drive that runs parallel with the street, set back behind the verge and edge planting. So this image identifies 4 key groupings. These are located at key intersections, nodal points and gateways within Key Phase A. These areas require special design guidance as they will play an important role in placemaking. The images on the right are from the village approach key grouping, and they require loosely organised dwellings to form a backdrop to the 2 feature ponds that frame the primary street into the development. So the code identifies frontage characters in Chapter 6, and for frontage characters refers to the relationship between the fronts of dwellings and the adjacent street or open space. This plan shows these frontage characters, how these frontage characters have been identified according to their location, and the central image shows how these are grouped into 3 categories in terms of their formality. I'll provide an example of the most informal and the most formal frontage characters. So each frontage character includes a double-page spread of mandatory design guidelines and illustrations, which defines the position and spacing between buildings, edge landscaping, plot components, including the building typology, parking arrangement and frontage boundary treatments, the building setback and materials palette. So this slide is from the Country Park frontage character, which has an informal appearance and irregular building line. It comprises of larger dwelling types on generous plots with wider gaps between units and edge planting to establish a loose grain and low density village character appropriate to the interface with the Country Park. Just moving on to the Link Road North frontage character. This has a formal appearance reflecting the higher density proposed for this part of the site. Dwellings will have a consistent spacing, creating a near continuous frontage to provide formality, rhythm and enclosure to the southern access road. This is characterised primarily by blocks of flats, terrace houses, townhouses and semi-detached units, and parking will be accommodated to the rear as there's no direct frontage access from the southern access road. Grange Farm will provide a mixed-use local centre in the southwest part of Key Phase A. This is centred upon the retained farm building and will look to provide retail and community uses to support the development. The mandatory design principles set out in Chapter 6 include the retention of the farmhouse, complementary new buildings and a proposed public square to create a focal point to the development, and will feature bus stops and a bus turnabout in accordance with the regulatory plan. Chapter 7 of the Code sets out a series of principles and rules for the landscape and public realm to ensure consistency and coherence across the Grange Farm development. It covers a wide range of aspects including hard landscape, materials, street furniture, planting, biodiversity and ecology, lighting, wayfinding, public art and private and semi-private spaces. So the above examples are extracts of the materials palette on the left for the hard surfaces and on the feature tree planting on the right. This is just an example of how the code will control these elements.
Thank you, Matt. Just moving on now to some photos of the site here, members. So this has a little map in the bottom corner there to show you roughly, hopefully you can see that clearly, the position of where this photo is taken from and the direction that it's towards. So this is taken from the boulevard, which is the main access into Key Phase 1, and looks towards the residential area, as it largely is. The central area of open space that you can see there is the cricket pitch. Just to the left of that is the Grade 2 listed watch office. And that watch office is now to the right here, and this is from that same position again, but looking slightly more to the west into the enterprise zone. And then this photo is taken from sort of just above the former runway here, looking towards future Key Phase 3. To the very top right of this photo is the heritage area, which is shown in a bit more detail here. So you can sort of just see that the mound there, that is the Grade 2 star listed bunker. And then to the left of the photo is a pair of currently unlisted hangars, and further to the left of that is a pair of Grade 2 star listed hangars. So moving into Grange Farm now. So this is just above the Spinneys Woodlands here, looking north. You can see the railway along the edge, together with the Stupleys railway cutting in the landscape buffer there. And then looking further towards the existing development here. So this largely in the land before members here is the country park previously proposed. So you've got the existing Grange Farm complex there in the bottom corner. You can also see the Pressley Wood scheduled monument there, sort of in the middle, slightly to the right of the photo there. And then looking south here from just above the Spinney, so that's towards Huntingdon. So you can see that there's a little sort of small square rectangle white dot. That is a lorry that's currently on the outer edge of the A141 orientation. You can also see the watch tower, the water tower in the retail park there as well. So both applications here are recommended for approval as set out in sections 9 of the report, pages 91 to 92 of the agenda. Members are advised to take the section 73 permission first, and then followed by Grange Farm as the outline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the speakers, we will have the S106 report, which will be presented to us by our administrator.
Yes, Chair. The Section 106 Agreement Advisory Group met on Monday, and having considered the terms of the agreement, the group recommends that without prejudice to the determination of the application, the content of the proposed Section 106 agreement comprising affordable housing, primary schools and early years education, secondary school education, post-16 education, special education needs, wheeled bins, an appropriate land parcel towards health provision, transport interventions, informal open space and formal open space should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two speakers for this particular application. Our first speaker is Councillor David Cole from Huntingdon Town Council. Welcome. And when you're ready, you have 3 minutes in which to address the members.
Thank you very much, councillors. I'm here on behalf, as the chair said, of Huntingdon Town Council. In short, we continue to support the development and both specific applications, and we would hope that both on the Section 73, and forgive me if I've got the number wrong there, and on the outline permission that you would grant both of them. We want to see both the development and the facilities that come with the development as soon as possible. 5 points in brief, if I may. We note Stewkleys Parish Council's concerns with regards to the separation of Alconbury Weald and Huntingdon, and 7.28 that there is the southern side reserved for the A141. We would just note that if there is development south of that realigned A141, depending on the realignment, it might be an extension of Huntingdon rather than Alconbury Weald, and we'd look for consultation on that. And it has been suggested there might have to be realignments on the parish boundary. Next up on sports facilities, and with reference to what Mr. Sands was saying about the provision of sports facilities, with regard to 5.21, we'd ask if the district council would consider whether sports facilities can be provided close to the development, but potentially within the Huntingdon parish boundary. That's something that the town council would certainly want to facilitate, and whether that's the existing plans or if there's more for the future that becomes necessary. On transport, with regard to 7.62, we'd like to emphasise the need for routes for non-motorised users, both within the development, but from the development to Huntingdon itself. Obviously, you have some large roads there, and so we would ask consideration be given to that, not just moving around Alconbury Weald, but getting from there to Huntingdon itself by foot and by pedal, bike, and so on. There are obviously schools there and so on. With regard to 7.128, we're glad to see that the 40% affordable housing mix is there. We feel that will have impacts on Huntingdon as well. We're glad it is there and we hope it is met. And lastly, with regard to the open spaces, the Huntingdon Town Council might be interested in being the management company for the site, if that is something that would be useful in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you, and good evening, Councillor Landon Cole. Of your 5 points, just with respect to the transport active travel one, point 762, I think you quoted, just for avoidance of doubt, you spoke about the importance of ensuring there's adequate space made available for active travel uses. As I read 7.62, it's reassuring us that the requirements around safeguarding land for the Rear Line 141 doesn't just mean the land for the road with the cars on it, but does include the associated space, including non-motorised use. Were your comments in endorsement of that paragraph, or were you making a point around something being deficient with respect to that we should be considering doing differently? If you don't mind just unpacking briefly.
We endorse it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for our speaker? There are no other questions, so thank you for joining us this evening. Our next speaker on this application is the applicant, Joe Dawson. Welcome, and when you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. Good evening, everybody. Look, we're delighted to be here tonight. I think Aaron and Matthew have done a great job presenting the case, and thank you to the comments from Huntingdon Town Council. We submitted this application in July 2019, and we're really keen to start building and start developing over at Grange Farm. What consent will enable us to do is bring a second location over at Alconbury Weald to bring housing forward, and that will really speed up the housing delivery at Alconbury to help reach the homes that are needed here in your district. Another point actually which is relevant to some of the comments made is connectivity to Huntingdon. Absolutely what Grange Farm will do is allow Alconbury Weald and Huntingdon to come together as you bring physical development between the two places. I think that's something that's really important. And as well as that, it will unleash the country park and the Southern Link Road that Aaron talks about, which is the link road from the A141 all the way through to the cricket pitch that was shown in the pictures there before. I want to respect the time obviously here tonight, similar to the application we made in November for the country park. I think the application has been talked about very well, and I don't want to spend too much time here. I know you've got homes to go to. I think just to respond very quickly to some of the points made, yes, we want to bring forward connectivity between the two places, and we're happy to talk to Huntingdon Town Council about any of the managing of the green space and how to bring forward development to the south. There's a £3.36 million Section 106 contribution to travel, which includes actually travel. So hopefully that will cover off some of the comments made. And sports facilities on this particular development will be just to the north of Grange Farm, located to the very north of the country park. And that'll be in addition to the existing sports facilities we're bringing forward over on Alconbury Weald in the centre of the site. That's all from me. We're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our speaker? There are no questions, so thank you very much for coming to speak to us.
Thank you.
So we will move on to questions of clarification for our planning officers. So Councillor Goulson.
Thank you. Can you confirm the overall percentage for the 106 of affordable, and because it's been talked of a 40%, but I understand it's 20%, 70 and 30.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. To clarify, the proposed that we would be looking to secure would be 20% at a 70-30 split. The reference in the report to 40% is effectively as a starting point of what is our standard requirement, subject to viability testing. This application obviously has been through viability testing that has identified a 20% provision is the amount that this development could leverage and still make an appropriate level of profit.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify, because I've been on the 106 meeting last Monday, so just so everyone else understood.
Thank you very much, Councillor Goulson. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask about page 90 and specifically paragraph 7.149, where it talks about Sport England have recommended a condition requiring a full specification of sports facilities with a detailed investigation of land to provide playing fields, and later on it says that requires land investigations to be carried out. So I'm just curious about how that will be taken forward, how that will work. And if land investigations show it's not possible on site, would that be possible off site at another location? And my second question is, very pleased to see the summary on the previous page. I think you've done extremely well in getting all of the proposed benefits here through the 106 agreement, and I think the panel were very, very pleased as well. And the transport interventions, that 3.36 million, which I think would be very welcome by local residents and possible new residents. I just wondered how, would that be primarily up to the county council to determine how that money is used? Would that be sort of stated more specifically in the agreement? I just wondered again how that process would be carried forward.
So in relation to formal sport, firstly, the terms of ground investigation is more to do with specifically what is on the ground, like in the ground itself, in terms of is there needed to be works to make pitches viable, are they appropriately flat and things like that, more than investigating whether or not it's possible to put them onto the site. Obviously have a very substantial amount of land here. From an officer's perspective, there is no reason that we don't consider it likely that we could accommodate pitch provision within this development. We would certainly be looking to secure them entirely within the site. That is part of the application itself, and have been successful on that to date with all of our other all of the other development across the wider site as well. We would be not particularly looking to open that up as a potential off-site alternative provision, simply because in the main, there's so much land on this site that we don't think there's any need to, and we think it entirely unrealistic that we would need to look towards that as an option in many respects. In respect of the transport contribution, so the way the permission is currently structured is that each phase will propose transport interventions. The details of those will be in agreement with the county council of exactly what they will do, but they will work through and stem from the overall transport cap, which this proposal in effect uplifts that cap to accommodate Grange Farm's proposal together with the current secured cap under the original 2012 permission. So it is in some respects to be determined, but also we do have high level understanding of what those interventions are likely to be needed towards.
Are there any other questions of clarification for our planning officer?
Just before you move on, I just want to clarify the A141.
Okay. I will just bring in our chief planning officer.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. I just thought it prudent to address one point tonight that was presented by Huntingdon Town Council, namely reference to the A141 and next steps. In line with the allocation for HU1, land has been made available and set aside for a new A141. However, that project has been led by the combined authority. So with that in mind, the discussion relating to the A141 does lie outside this debate this evening. As officers, we're confident that the land has been made available. Of course, what that will finally look like will be a matter for the CPCA to consult upon and decide upon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As there are no other questions of clarification, we'll move on to our discussion. Is there any councillor that would like to start the discussion on this particular application? Councillor Wakeford?
Well, Chairman, as I said in my question to Aaron earlier, I think, first of all, the 106 matters, I think we've done extremely well with this. I think it'll be a huge benefit. It's going to be a big site. But I think the obligations listed on page 89 are very positive. Contribution towards the special educational needs. Working, I think, in partnership with the developer, I think will be key on a lot of this. And I'm personally quite impressed. This site, I think it's in the local plan, isn't it? We've always known that it's going to be developed. And I think Urban and Civic have done an extremely good job at Alconbury Weald. I was quite impressed with the points that the town council made, Councillor Landon Cole made, just about trying to keep that distinctiveness perhaps between this site and the town, if that's entirely possible. But I think that we should propose this goes forward. Certainly happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a proposal. Councillor Wakeford?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Sanderson. I mean, there's a huge volume of information before us with respect to these linked applications this evening. I dare say we could spend all night asking detailed questions and exploring it. But the threshold for us is much simpler than that. I think, as Councillor Goulson picked up, it is, of course, disappointing that from the viability testing, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to deliver 40% affordable housing on the site. But the review mechanism referenced in the report, I think it's really important that we do work to build in to the agreement. So if, as market conditions pan out, it becomes viable to deliver more, to ensure that we do, which, as I understand, is proposed as part of the way forward as well. Viability testing, of course, is not something we've made up locally; is well established nationally. But I think there's a huge amount of really good work built in here. This is more than just touching over the minimum threshold for me. It's a really quite straightforward decision to second Councillor Sanderson's recommendation of approval this evening.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wakeford. Councillor Niche?
Thank you. I was actually just going to comment similar to Councillor Wakeford, but he got in, as usual, a bit earlier than me. I do think it is always, we do try for the 40%, but it is all down to that viability. And I trust our officers have done a good job on challenging the viability, because I know how difficult that is to try and discuss in the nicest way the challenges between what's viable and what's the developers want to do. I think there's a lot of good positives in the 106 coming out of it as well, and also the design of it. I think there's lots of good design in there which hopefully will merge but not completely joined together, should we say, Huntingdon, because I think it is nice to keep those things separated. So I was going to second, but it has been seconded, so I'm fully supportive of what's been going on. So, and it's pleasing to see it taking shape at last, even though it might be quite a long while before some of the houses might be built.
Thank you very much, Councillor Niche. Councillor McAdam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very encouraged actually by the report and everything we've seen here tonight. I'm very encouraged by all the different things that the 106 is helping to achieve and bring onto the site. One of the areas which I feel passionately about is actually green space. And I'm very, very pleased that we're getting a country park, but I'm also quite impressed that there's going to be green pathways which will all interlink and take you into the country park. I think when you're looking at places where people are going to live, their well-being is obviously, going to come very close to the top of the pile, but mental health is a big thing. And, the country park and the green spaces and the ability to get out, there is a big factor in helping people maintain their sanity, for want of a better word. So I'm all for this agreement and happy to happy to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, the only thing I think we need to keep our eye on is this parcel of land and the health provision, because this often doesn't happen. I've known it before where we've allocated sites and amounts of money, and the health authority or whoever runs that side of Lakeside Health, whoever wishes to take it on, they don't come forward. And then we finish up with the applicant coming back and wanting to build on the land that can't be agreed on for a health service. So that's an area that I think we need to, or the officers need to watch. But I fully support the application, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Butler. Can I just clarify with Councillor Sanderson and Councillor Wakeford that you are happy to approve both the recommendations for the S73 and also for the S106 agreement? Okay, thank you. And the outline permission. So are you happy with the outline permission? Okay. So we will take a vote on so delegate powers to our Chief Planning Officer to approve subject to conditions as set out in Appendix B and completion of the S106 to link the permissions to the terms of the original 2012 permissions. Are we all approving this particular recommendation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Therefore, that is approved. We'll move on to the next recommendation, which is the outline planning permission. So that is to delegate powers to our Chief Planning Officer to approve subject to conditions, including in relation to the following: completion of the S106 agreement and minor revisions to the Key Phase A design code. All those that agree, can you please raise your hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Therefore, that is approved. We will move on to item 4B on our agenda this evening. And item 4B is an S106 in St Neots.
Chair, may I take the opportunity of colleagues moving around to declare an interest with respect to this? My wife is a GP in Buckton and Little Paxton. There's a proposal in the 106 agreement around contribution to local health provision. So on that basis, I will step out of the room for this item.
Okay, thank you. Just so members are aware, we will have a comfort break after this particular item. Thank you very much. Laura Fisher, our Planning Officer, will present this item to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. Just to note, there are some late reps in relation to this item with regard to the cost of bins. This application is referred to DMC because the proposals seek contributions in excess of £100,000. This application relates to land at Riversfield of just under 1 hectare in size of the Great North Road on the edge of Little Paxton. This is the site edged in yellow. Consent was granted in December 2018 for development of up to 199 dwellings and Class B1 business premises. Approval was granted under reserve matters in 2021 for details relating to the 199 dwellings. However, no reserve matters submission was made for the commercial development, and this element of the outline consent has now lapsed. This application site comprises the area of land that was originally proposed for the commercial element of the 2018 proposals and is currently in use as a material storage area, contractors' facilities and parking associated with a Phase 1 adjacent development. The application has been made in outline form for 26 dwellings that includes matters of access, appearance, layout and scale, with landscaping reserved for future consideration. Access into the site will utilise the existing adjacent Phase 1 Paxton Mill development. There are no statutory or other consultative objections to the proposals, and both Little Paxton Parish Council and St Neots Town Council as a neighbouring parish are in support. One neighbour letter has been received objecting to the proposals. As noted in the officer report, the site is located within the built-up area of the St Neots Spatial Planning Area, and therefore the principle of development is acceptable. Amendments have been submitted during consideration, such that the detailed layout, design, massing and appearance of the proposed dwellings are all considered to be acceptable, and materials and other architectural details have been submitted, which reflect those approved as part of the Phase 1 development. Detailed discussions have taken place with the Council's Housing Enabling Officer, who supports this proposal. The housing mix proposed and the quantum of open space to be delivered are both acceptable. With the proposed extension of the existing acoustic fence along the Great North Road, so that future occupants are protected from noise associated with the A1 environmental health, are also happy. The LLFA have raised no objections in relation to drainage, which will feed into the Phase 1 proposals. The access into the site will utilise the existing Phase 1 Paxton Mill development and is considered acceptable by county highways. Landscaping is reserved matter, so this will be considered at a later stage. The proposals are, however, accompanied by indicative landscaping plans, the principles of which are considered to be acceptable. In relation to site subdivision, the wider site proposals, being the original application of 199 and the 26 dwellings now proposed, are considered to comprise a large-scale major development, as the development exceeds 200 dwellings, having regard to land ownership, intentions, and the interdependence between the phases. The officer report sets out that without prejudice, negotiations have been held with the applicants in order to determine the extent of the obligations required to make the development acceptable. Section 106 contributions have been sought to include the following: 40% of the dwellings to be provided as affordable, a contribution of just over £230,000 towards the expansion of existing GP facilities as requested by the CCG, a contribution of just over £413,000 towards new early years places in Little Paxton as requested by County Education, just over £4,400 towards the provision of bins and informal open space provision. Now leading you through the photos. These show the existing access into the site from Great North Road, which is to be retained as emergency access into the site, but will be secured with lockable features. The second photo shows the existing site with Samuel Jones Crescent to the rear, the adjacent housing estate. This next photo shows the existing site alongside the Phase 1 development and the current access into the Paxton Mill development that will be used to access these additional new dwellings. This next photo shows the edge of the application site adjacent to the existing Phase 1 development with Samuel Jones Crescent to the rear. Lastly, this final photo again shows the application site with Samuel Jones Crescent. As noted within section 9 of the report, the officer's recommendation is one of approval, subject to completion of a section 106 agreement and planning conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will have the 106 report presented to us by our meeting administrator.
Yes, thank you, Chair. At the same meeting on Monday, the advisory group looked at the proposed terms for this agreement, and the group recommended that without prejudice to the determination of the application, the proposed Section 106 agreement in relation to affordable housing, the expansion of existing GP surgeries, new early years places, wheeled bins and open space provision should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two speakers for this particular S106. We have Councillor Richard Tomlinson from Little Paxton Parish Council. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, and you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. I'm Councillor Richard Tomlinson, and I've been nominated by Little Paxton Parish Council to provide a statement on their behalf. HDC have previously stated in a letter to the developer dated 12th of October 2021 that if the development of these 26 houses at Riversfield is approved, then it will be viewed as an enlargement of the existing development of the 199 houses nearing completion on the site known as Paxton Mill, therefore making a total of 225 houses for SILT purposes. St Neots Town Council also support this view. Little Paxton Parish Council strongly agree with this statement by HDC, as well as the Section 106 contributions being requested by NHS England, CCC Education Authority and Cambridgeshire Fire and Rescue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of clarification for this particular speaker? There are no questions. Thank you for coming to address us this evening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker for this particular item is David Joseph, who's the applicant. Good evening, and thank you for joining us this evening. And when you're ready, you can press the middle button and you'll have 3 minutes in which to address the committee.
Good evening. My name is David Joseph from Bloor Homes. In light of the recommendation in the report, I will be brief. The application before you has been subject to proactive negotiations with your officers and is now presented with almost all matters unreserved. I hope this gives all parties certainty and will allow the early delivery of homes, including policy-compliant provision of both affordable and market properties. Financial contributions, as you've heard, have been sought by consultees. I note these have been carefully considered by your officers in relation to the planning history, seal tests and current capacities. I can confirm that those sought are agreed on our behalf, and you'll see those set out at paragraphs 5.12 and 5.23 of your report. I know that seal payments have been mentioned by the Parish Council and Councillor Tomlinson a moment ago. Payments have already been made for the committed 199 dwellings in 3 tranches in December 21, September 22 and June 23, amounting to some £1.57 million. There have been an additional payment of circa £250,000 of seal as a result of this scheme. In practical terms, the development would provide an early contribution to housing land supply and integrate the scheme under construction with existing development nearby. I therefore hope you can support the recommendation before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? There are no questions, so thank you very much for addressing us this evening. We will now move on to questions of clarification for our planning officer. Are there any councillors that have any questions for our planning officer regarding Councillor Sanderson?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one on page 188, that first paragraph. I think it just refers to the maintenance of the open space and says it could comprise either a commuted sum following transfer to the parish council or the district council. The site would be maintained by a maintenance company. Do we know what that maintenance sum would be, or is that something that would need to be considered if we were to grant outline permission this evening? Is that sort of still be decided, I guess?
I think it's based on site area. So phase one, the parish council are going to take the open space and they are going to be given a contribution for its maintenance. For the second phase, I can't be sure, but it's likely it will be the same. But yeah, that'll be calculated at that point when we're ready. With the cascade effect, it will get offered to the parish council in the first instance, and those figures will be calculated for them.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of clarification? There are no other questions of clarification, therefore we will move on to the discussion. Who would like to start the discussion for me? Councillor Sanderson.
Well, again, I think the team have got a very good deal here. I think some very good things for the community. I was encouraged with what Laura just said earlier about the involvement of the parish council. I think they would probably welcome that. Good news on the GP surgeries. I think the application looks very good. I'm happy to propose approval.
Thank you very much. Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Sanderson. I think it's reasonable spend. We just hope, don't we, all along that GPs do take up and provide and the items down there. So I'm happy to second this one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Niche. Is there anyone else that wishes to contribute to this discussion? Therefore, we will move on to the recommendation, and the recommendation is to delegate powers to the Chief Planning Officer to approve, subject to the completion of the S106 agreement and conditions in relation to the following, which are listed on page 191 and 192. All those that are in agreement, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Therefore, that has been approved. We will now take a comfort break. will just be a few more moments as we're just sorting out some IT issues. We will move on to item 4B on our, no, 5A on our agenda, which is an application for Spaldwick. And our planning officer, Mari Rosamond, will report to us. I would just give you our apologies. We're just having to change something on the presentation. As computers do, it tells you that they're doing an update. So we're just waiting for that to come through. ready to go. So item 5B is St Ives, and this will be presented by our planning officer, Lucy Bateman.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. This application is referred to the Development Management Committee because the Officer recommendation of approval is contrary to the Town Council recommendation of refusal.
Older presentation.
Someone sharing this on Zoom.
Thank you for waiting. So the application site is located within the St Ives Conservation Area. And as you can see on the map, it's in close proximity to several listed buildings. The church hall itself is considered to be a non-designated heritage asset. The church hall is an L-shaped building which fronts onto Ramsey Road. The surrounding buildings are predominantly residential. The application seeks permission for the conversion of the existing building, which has been used as a church hall, into 3 residential units. This application follows a previous application, reference 2100415 FUL, and that was for the conversion of the existing church hall into 4 residential units, which was refused after consideration by Development Management Committee on 17th of April 2023. The full refusal reasons are set out in paragraph 1.3 of the Officer report, and this application seeks to address those refusal reasons. I'll just talk you through the proposed plans now. So here is the proposed floor plan, which shows the subdivision of the existing building into 3 separate units, each with external amenity space. The proposed front elevation, this shows the entrance to Unit 1, and that utilises an existing entrance. The external alterations as part of the conversion are minimal. Bins for Unit 1 would be stored behind a brick enclosure, which you can see on the proposed plans, and that is to address one of the previous design refusal reasons. The side elevation shows the entrance to Unit 2, and as you'll see, there's obscure glazing to the door. That is a fixed door which would serve a bedroom, and the window is to allow light in, but it will be obscure glaze to prevent occupants being able to look out towards neighbouring properties and vice versa. This is the other side elevation, and this utilises an existing entrance and would serve Unit 3. and this is internal section proposed. You'll see the two large windows next to each other. They would serve Unit 3, but the bottom panels are proposed to be obscure glazed, and that's to ensure no loss of privacy between Unit 3 and the external courtyard to Unit 2. So I'll just do a quick summary of the main issues that we have considered in the determination, the assessment of this planning application. Looking firstly at principle of development, the proposal includes the loss of a church hall, and therefore policy LP22 of the local plan applies. This policy addresses a range of local services and community facilities, and that includes public halls such as the church hall, but also covers shops, pubs, health centres and petrol stations, just to name a few. So the evidence needed to demonstrate compliance with the criteria of LP22 is taken on a case-by-case basis. For example, for commercially run facilities, and that includes shops or pubs, evidence of marketing is likely to be the most transparent way of demonstrating that those facilities are no longer viable. However, for a public hall, such as the one we're looking at here, this relied on a booking system, and the demand for the facility can therefore be quantified by the number of bookings. We've been provided with evidence from the applicant, and that shows a few hires in 2019, and those from fitness clubs, martial arts, and then 2 private party hires, but just 1 club hire in 2020 and no hires in 2021. Obviously, some of that includes the pandemic, but prior to the pandemic period, the hall was used just on average of 2 hours a week, and that generated an income of around £30, which didn't cover the costs of running the hall. The applicant has advised there have been no bookings since, and the building has been used by the church for food bank storage. However, it is proposed to relocate this operation to another location with better accessibility and parking. So just to summarise that, policy LP22 states that the loss of a facility will only be supported where it demonstrates there is no reasonable prospect of that service being retained or restored because of insufficient community support for its continuation. Assessing the level of community support is a matter of judgment, and as set out in the officer report, the evidence submitted is considered sufficient to demonstrate there is insufficient community support given the previous lack of bookings. We've also been provided with more additional information on alternative venues in St Ives, a structural report which details the condition of the existing building, and then an idea of the level of works which would be required to bring the building back up to the standard it needs to be as a community facility, and that includes things like a new heating system, kitchen, lighting, toilets, etc. And members may want to note that the previous application was not found to conflict with policy LP22 following the submission of additional information, which is similar to the evidence that we've got submitted with this application. So in terms of consistency, the recommendation for approval is in line with the previous recommendation. And then in terms of design, as set out in the report, it's considered that the amendments have addressed the refusal reasons on that previous application. For example, 2-metre fence has been removed from the front elevation. The conservation officer has raised no objection. There are several neighbouring properties surrounding the site, and we have received representations with this application. It isn't considered that, subject to conditions, getting further details of boundary treatments between the site and those existing properties, and ensuring that those windows that are shown as obscure glazed on the plans, to ensure that's complied with. In terms of parking and highway safety, the site is in a sustainable location, in walking and cycling distance to services and facilities. This is a car-free development, but it's not considered there will be any conflict with local plan policy in that regard, or adverse impacts on highway safety. The building is located in flood zone 2, but as we're looking at a change of use, the sequential test is not required. And as a residential use, it's more vulnerable, but it's compatible within this flood zone, and so the exception test is not required. And lastly, the applicant has provided an ecology appraisal, and that puts forward biodiversity enhancements, and it's recommended that these can be secured by condition. So I'll just run you through a few site photos. So here we have the front elevation of the building from Ramsey Road. Again, front elevation, but also shows the side elevation, which would form the entrance of Unit 3. This would be the internal courtyard area to Unit 3. The side elevation, and that would be the garden area of Unit 2. The rear elevation and the side elevation to Unit 2. And then again, this is the front and side elevation, and that would form Unit 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 speakers for this particular application. Our first speaker is Ian Dobson. Good evening and welcome. And when you're ready, if you just press the middle button, and you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ian Dobson. I'm a resident of St Ives. I'm also a volunteer at St Ives Corn Exchange. I object to this application. I would like to focus on the requirements of LP 22 in the local plan. The report to the committee seeks to remove from your consideration the local services and community facilities requirements of LP 22. They were indeed raised by members as reasons for refusal at the meeting to determine application 2100-415 FUL. At the time, I was left wondering why they were not included in the minutes among the several reasons for refusal. Not in this application nor in the previous one did the applicants provide any information or evidence that satisfies LP 22. LP 22 requires provision of an equivalent service or community facility. The alternative facilities put forward by the applicants in information from the Treasurer are very far from being realistic equivalents to the parish hall and the demographic it serves. The alternative facilities put forward are either much larger or are not community buildings. LP 22 requires proof of no reasonable prospect of the service or facility being retained or restored. It is entirely reasonable that the applicants could fundraise to repair the parish hall. LP 22 requires proof that there is insufficient community support for its continuation and that reasonable steps have been taken to effectively market the property for its current use without success. No such proof has been provided. The only consultation of the congregation and wider community was about improved amenities inside the church. No marketing whatsoever of the hiring potential of the parish hall has been undertaken in at least the last decade, a decade of neglect of the building and its facilities, as you've seen the exterior of the building in the pictures. Please do remember that in their first planning application, 16/00486/FUL, the applicants sought to demolish the parish hall and schoolhouse. There has been a lack of will and energy to keep maintained this heritage and community asset, a proven integral part of the parish church since it was built in 1869. The application displays a disregard that extends to depriving this and all future generations of the use and enjoyment of the parish hall. Surely, to approve this application would be mistaken, ill-judged and plain wrong, especially on the basis of unevidenced assertions in the information from the Treasurer. Please do consider the views of the Town Council. Vote to refuse the application.
Could I just remind you that you've just overrun your 3 minutes? Are you almost finished?
Yes, I am. Yes, thank you. Please do consider the views of the Town Council. Vote to refuse the application and urge the District Council to protect the parish hall and its current use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you want to just stay here for a moment, there might be questions for you. Are there any questions that you would like to raise with this particular speaker? Councillor Mockball.
Thank you, Chair. I just had one question. I couldn't find a way to book the parish hall. Can you tell us how it is one books the parish hall for events?
I don't actually know. By inquiry to somebody involved with the church, I don't believe there's anybody appointed any longer to look after bookings, but I could be wrong. The point was made about bookings, and I recall from the 2021 application, it said very clearly in the form that the building was no longer fit for use. So how the church could expect to receive bookings in the last however many years escapes me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you for coming before us this evening, and sorry for the late hour. You touched on this in response, I think, to Councillor Mockball a moment ago, but it would be really helpful to understand, I think, given that our policy LP 22 that you've quoted from does provide for developing without replacement a facility where there's no reasonable prospect of that service or facility being retained or restored because there's insufficient community support for its continuation. There's an alternative option as well. Given that on the evidence before us, the hall has not been rented since 2021, with only one in 2020, it would be helpful to understand the measure of community support that you're perceiving if it hasn't been used. In what sense would you suggest we should see there's community support for its continuation?
I would argue that there has been no active or effective promotion of the parish hall since a long time before COVID, and people consider the parish hall to be in a state of disuse and dilapidation.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand. I don't wish to put words in your mouth. But to check I've understood correctly, your suggestion is essentially that you think there would be more use if it was more actively marketed.
The parish hall always served its own demographic. It's a smaller scale community facility, and it does, in my view, have its own demographic, and it was very successfully used by the congregation and by numerous hirers of some 10 years ago. and there's no reason to just suggest it wouldn't. The alternative facilities put forward, there's the Corn Exchange, Burgess Hall, which are much larger facilities, 2 church buildings, the Free Church and the Methodist Church, and a school, Westfield School. None of those are community buildings. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of clarification for this particular speaker? There are no other questions, so thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker for this application is Dr. Robert Wickham. Good evening, and thank you for joining us this evening. You have 3 minutes in which to address the committee.
Good evening. Thank you very much. The issues involved are fully set out in the officer's report. And of course, we're only really dealing with an addition of 2 dwelling units because there is all the cottage on the left-hand side of the site as you look at it, which has been there. So the 3 main points I would like to stress. Proposal is consistent with the uses encouraged within the spatial planning area, significance and a significant residential centre, and the residential use is entirely appropriate. And it's appropriate in terms of NPPF, National Planning Policy Framework, that brings into being social and economic advantages to the community. Housing, work, while the work is done on the housing, and of course, helping to convert and improve part of the church and bring it up to modern standards in a vital way. The church hall, as we've said, as you heard, has not been in recent use with other facilities available. Since 2016, a declining pattern of bookings and uses. That wasn't orchestrated by on high from the diocese or the parish. It just happened because I suspect, as planning consultant to this diocese and many others, and indeed to other churches, the needs and demands of the communities have changed over time. Indeed, in 21, there was no regular hiring at all, and organisations gone elsewhere. Now, the PCC of All Saints has prepared a phased improvement scheme entirely supported by the diocese following a visit of the DAC back in 2014. And the phased improvement scheme, I have it here, has developed over time. It's developed and changed. New ideas have come in. And on this point, the church has consulted with the community very fully, and it is fully supported by the diocese, as I say. No historic long-term connection between the church here historically, going back to the 19th century or the early 20th century, with this building. It was purchased from a local authority back in the latter years, middle years of the last century. Alternative facilities. Conclusion, scheme is to be supported, and I need to stress they've been advised by the planning department towards a housing use in 2 pre-planning application discussions, and the town council at the last application that was refused supported the use. So I'm surprised that they're changing position. I don't think there is a case against it. It would be unreasonable to refuse, in my view.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Mockball.
Can I just pose the same question that I did earlier on how is a member of the public supposed to book the parish hall for events?
To answer that question, at the moment, the parish hall is not in a fit state to be used for an event, but you could ring the vicar up and ask him, he'll answer the phone, or a church warden, but they will tell you that the building is not suitable to be used. There are 2 structural cracks in it.
Councillor Mockball, have you got a follow-up question to that?
I have a different question, actually. My second question was what advertising has been done to promote the use of the facility to the public?
Well, at the moment and recently, none, because it's not fit to be used. You can't advertise something to promote to the public that you can't safely use. For the last 5 or 6 years, that's been the position, longer than that.
Is that a new question or a follow-up? Okay, follow-up.
If it's not fit to be used, why is it being used as a food bank?
Right. It is. You could store things there, but that's a very different use. I've been in today, storing items there safely, but you can't. There's a difference between storing items that are not going to be damaged, particularly by dripping water and even cracked masonry and falling masonry, and children and other people using it for social activities. And that is not ideal for that use, and they're going to move this food bank to a commercial building because the access is very poor there. And it's a very major food bank. A lot of regular stuff going in and out.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jordan, you had a question.
Yes, thank you. Some of my questions actually you have answered. So at the moment, the church own them. I just want clarification. Who owns this parish hall?
Not the diocese, the parish, but the project is supported by the diocese. Supported because the diocese will come into it under canon law in terms of alterations to the Grade 1 listed building. So though the parish owns the hall, the diocese is involved in terms of canon law and consents on DAC applications. I hope that's clear.
Yes, it does. I suppose I was thinking about who pays the bills. There's got to be some bills attached to this building. So it's just for clarification that. And the food bank. So if we could explain, the food is just stored there. People don't actually come to use it as a food bank.
That is correct. They don't come there to use it. It is taken out. There's a lorry or van that comes and picks it up, the heavy bulk items, and delivers. And the problem with that has been on a main road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming along tonight. Just wonder if you could... so I'm getting from what you're saying is that because of the state of it, because you haven't put no maintenance has been done on it over a number of years, therefore you don't market it because it's uninhabitable. So you've just left it to go. That's the feeling I'm getting from what you're saying is that no maintenance has been done, therefore it can't be used. End of story.
Is that the use dropped away in the latter years, 2015, 16, 17. Probably at that time it could be used, but there was not a use coming forward, so there was no income.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? There are no other questions, so thank you very much for addressing us here. So we will move on to questions of clarification for our planning officers. Are there any questions for our planning officer? Councillor Mockball.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just get clarification about the sequential test and why it wasn't relevant to this application, considering it's in the flood zone 2 and 3?
Thank you. So the sequential test isn't required for certain developments, so minor developments such as householders and change of use. So this falls under that category. And that's set out in the NPPF.
Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. just a clarification. Obviously, there's no parking on this one, which we looked at. And it's not just, I don't know how well the scale is, but I just noticed it seems to be only one cycle storage per building. Now, I know there's only one on there, but when you take it into consideration, is that the way it would map out to be one bicycle in that storage area? It's difficult because the scaling's not necessarily there.
We'll just pull up the proposed plan so we can show you if that's okay. Are you able? Okay, so we've got Unit 1, and that's at the front. The cycle storage for Unit 1 is down the side. There's 2 spaces there. And then Unit 2 is at the rear, and there's a cycle parking shown there. I think that's 2 spaces. And then Unit 2 at the front, there's 1 shown on there. So our SPD, design guide SPD requirement is 1 per dwelling. It is acknowledged in the officer report that there is a slight shortfall, but I can see no reason why they couldn't fit more cycles in. And if we wanted further details, could certainly secure those by condition, and that's what we would usually do.
Are there any other questions of clarification? Councillor Mockball?
Thank you. My question is about the bin store for the unit at the back. Is that the distance between the bins and the road? Is that met? Sorry.
So general guidance is around 25-metre drag distance, and obviously as a conversion scheme, we're working with the existing building, but there is a access down the side of the property and round to the rear to bring them to the front to be collected from Ramsey Road.
Sorry, members, if I just may jump in as a point of clarification. The carry distance referenced, is the carry distance expected of our own refuse freighters, our freighter operators? There is no minimum set distance for which people themselves can bring their refuse along what would be considered private land. Thank you.
Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. I'm going to guess that policy LP22 is going to be quite significant to our deliberations on this item. And I just wonder if officers might feel able to elaborate a bit on the extent to which the state of disrepair of a building can appropriately be considered as a factor in the lack of use and lack of community support for use for a community facility. Appreciate these are matters of judgment and interpretation over a fairly limited short bit of policy, but the suggestion I think we've learnt from speakers so far is that of the several years since there was last a booking, it hasn't been actively marketed for most of those years, for example, albeit that the state of disrepair now. To what degree should we see that as a material factor with respect to that question around community support?
Thank you. So LP22 is largely silent on considering the condition of the existing building. I think it's worth noting that the previous application, so that was the one we determined in April 23, that application actually came in 2021, and that was a backlog case. So this has been around for quite some time, this proposal. And at that, we had the structural survey submitted with this application, the previous application, and that dates to 2021. I think based on the evidence, there was a slow decline in number of bookings. And I guess the question is, how much money do you put into a building perhaps that isn't getting that use? So LP22, it is silent on that. And yeah, as I said earlier, our local plan policy underneath LP22 provides a bit more explanation on how we deal with LP22 and the reasoning for it. And it does say there that it's a matter of judgment assessing level of community support for a local service or facility.
Councillor Wakeford.
If I may briefly, Chair, thank you. And I think you've largely anticipated my my next related question, which was around the extent to which we might feel entitled to judge that a reasonable prospect of restoring a facility would entail the expenditure of a significant sum of money that you might need to fundraise for the purpose. Well, feel free to add anything, but I think we take your steer.
Sorry, I didn't have anything to add to that.
Thank you. We'll just bring in our Chief Planning Officer.
Thank you, Councillor Wakeford. If I can draw your attention to paragraph 7.9. This isn't about one particular factor, but a culmination of a number of factors. So again, noting the changing needs and demands of people as well, it brings into question the viability of refurbishing. And as set out in the officer report, alongside the broader report, the reasons why it's considered that the proposal in front of you complies not alone with policy LP22, but the broader suite of planning policies when the local plan is taken as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Brereton.
Sorry, 4 cycle spaces and 8 bedrooms and no car parking. So how does that collate? Thank you.
Thank you. So the assessment of cycle parking, that's 7.34 of the officer report, and that does acknowledge the requirement for 1 cycle store per bedroom. It does acknowledge that there is a shortfall, particularly looking at Unit 2, and so it is acknowledged the proposal doesn't strictly accord with that guidance. The previous application was refused on design reasons, and the Conservation Officer had concerns around the proliferation of bin stores, bike stores to the front of the property, given that it's conservation area. So I think there was a balance to be made there. So we've tucked the cycle stores for Unit 2 around the side, and there are only 2, so that is a shortfall of 1 for that unit. But on balance, that's considered acceptable without needing to accommodate cycle storage to the front of the unit. And then just on car parking, again, this has been addressed in the report. It is a car-free development, but it is in St Ives, which is a very sustainable location. So within walking and cycling distance, residents could access various services and facilities, and buyers would be aware that this is a car-free development.
So if this is a car-free development, then should there be 8 cycle spaces?
I think the cycle spaces can be achieved for Unit 2 and 3 because they have amenity spaces to the rear of the property. I think Unit 2 will be a struggle because they may have to propose that to the front, and we're proposing a condition to remove permitted development rights for certain paraphernalia to the front of the property, and I think that would go against what we're trying to achieve and that balance we've struck there.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of clarification? Councillor Mockball?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to see in that graph there, I don't see the wall in the front of the church. Has that been taken away, or has it been planned to be taken away because of the bin store? Because that's where the wall is currently.
So there's a short section of wall directly in front of where the bins are shown. Is that the area you are?
No, there's an existing wall that separates the home, the cottage, and the hall, but it's not reflected in that drawing. So I'm just wondering, there's a plan to take away the wall?
Is it the fence that?
Sorry, my mistake. That was a wall.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will move on to our discussion on this particular application. Who would like to start the discussion on this particular application? Councillor Jordan, thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, I mean, it's always a difficult one when a building has been not used for a long time and it's in disrepair, and you get that scenario of whether it's worth putting money in to do all the repairs. But this report was very well written, and thank you for the presentation. I think it has made all the amendments to the previous application, and they have addressed those. As I say, it's always difficult when a community does lose a facility, but times, as we know, in society has changed since the pandemic, and I think there are buildings that are not being used so much as meeting places for other reasons, lots of reasons. I'd be mindful to listen to some of the other arguments, but at the moment I'm mindful to go with what the officer's recommendation is, I think. Thank you.
Councillor Niche.
Got me in quick. Thank you, Chair. Obviously, LP22 is an interesting one, and I know it's that difficult question of, well, have they really tried to market it, have they not? And as fellow councillors just said there, people have changed, people have looked at different aspects. I think in St Ives there are other areas for small use. I mean, you said Burgess Hall is a large hall, but there's also a number of smaller aspects that you could utilise in there and around that. So on a balance, and as quite rightly pointed out, is that it's part of a package of weight on this one. And yes, that puts a bit of weight against it because, you were doing away with it. But equally, on the balance of improving the area, I suppose, and creating housing, there's a benefit there. So I still think it's a bit of a balance, but I'm also minded to go along with the recommendation. I think it's a well-written report. There's lots of information in there which gives the reasons as to why we're looking at different aspects. I suppose the only one that hasn't necessarily been covered is the surrounding heritage assets, which I know the conservation area was still against, but again, it's on a balance. So I'm minded to and quite happy to propose that we do actually approve this. Slightly heavy hearts, because I do think, maybe other things could have been done in the past, but for things have to move on sometimes, and it's not just for the reason that it's gone into disrepair, because I think we must be mindful that anything goes into disrepair doesn't mean we should approve it for other alternative planning reasons.
Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Niche, I found this very balanced. It was difficult, I think, to know which way to go on it. But I think for me, 7.9 of the report on page 320 is very clear. There's insufficient community support for the continuation of the facility. Given the lack of bookings, I mean, we've heard it's actually quite a difficult thing to do, it appears, to carry out a booking for this facility. But there are, I think I'm right in saying the Corn Exchange is very nearby to this site. So there are other community facilities nearby. I know the comment that the speaker made about Burgess Hall being somewhat different from this building. Yes, I think on balance, I think the officer recommendation is correct. And I will second Councillor Niche's proposal that we approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sanderson. Councillor Muckball.
Thank you, Chair. This is really difficult for me because I've actually been in this facility, I've used it, lots of joyous occasions. I'm really sad to see that it's, wanting to be turned into housing, just because I don't think the gain of 2 dwellings outweighs the loss of a community space. I really don't, because there's already a current house on there that could have been rented out to then pay for repairs and maintenance of the hall, but it hasn't been. It's been empty, just like the hall. I also feel like that the lack of maintenance is why there is a lack of use or bookings for the hall. I feel like recently I have experienced wanting to hire this hall, and I didn't get anywhere with it. I really struggled after the first application was refused. I would have liked to book, but someone from the community wanted to book it, and I really tried, but it was really difficult. So I feel like it wasn't easy to book, and it's not easy for everyone. I don't think it's been advertised the way it should be, and I just have to agree with Town Council, and I wouldn't.
We do just need to remember that we are looking at the application in front of us. Are there any other councillors that would like to contribute? Councillor Wakeford.
Thanks. I think we're a significant way forward from the previous application on this site that we considered about a year ago, which had all sorts of deficiencies, as we've touched on in the report and in the presentation. I think those have been addressed in the application before us. The only element that I have any difficulty with is around the interpretation of LP 22, where I agree with Councillor Sanderson. It is a difficult call there. However, as the local plan explains with respect to LP 22, we'd expect a particularly robust marketing exercise to demonstrate lack of interest and use for something that's commercially run. It's not fair for us to hold a facility like this to the same standards as a commercial organisation in terms of the extent of evidence that they'd need to produce, in my opinion, and I think as pretty clearly suggested by our local plan. I think it is clear, as Councillor Niche alluded to, that potentially had there been different decisions many years ago around maintenance, it may be that that could have affected the bookings situation. But given the state of the building at this point, given the length of time since there have been bookings, and the evidence, I think, is that it was available for booking in at least some of that period, if not actively advertised more recently. I'm not wildly happy. It's not an easy judgment, but I think we can't hold LP22 against this application. So though it is complicated, I will be supporting the proposal from Councillor Nish and Councillor Sanderson on this one this evening.
Thank you very much. Therefore, we will go with Councillor Nish and Councillor Sanderson's recommendation for approval. All those people who are minded to agree with approval, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And those that are against approval,
1, 2.
and any abstentions. Therefore, that has been approved. Thank you very much. We will move back to item 5A. Yes.
Have you got the microphone? Tony, did you send the Zoom in?
Yep.
For some reason.
Right, we will just take 5 minutes while we're sorting this out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody knows all the facts? I'm ready to leave.
So we are now moving on to item 5A, which is an item in Spaldwick, which Mari Rosamond will present to us. Thank you.
Evening, everybody. Thank you for being patient with me. So I'll crack on. So this is application for the construction of 15 dwellings with associated access, car parking and landscaping at the land east of Ivy Way in Spaldwick. It is a resubmission of the same scheme refused in July 23, with all reasons for refusal considered to be addressed in this current proposal. That 2023 refusal is currently at appeal with the Planning Inspectorate. This application has been brought before members of the Planning Committee as officer's recommendation of approval differs from that from Spaldwick Parish Council. So here is the site hatched in black. It sits to the east of Spaldwick, outside but well related to the built-up area and covers 0.81 hectares. The site abuts the Spaldwick Conservation Area on the top eastern side of the site. The site is also 115 metres away from the nearest Grade 2 listed buildings to the east. You can also see from these blue lines a drain running along the northern boundary and also running north to south. And this slide shows footpath number 12, Spaldwick Public Right-of-Way, running diagonally through the site. Here you can see with this aerial view that the site is currently agricultural land and is classified at Grade 3. Sporadic trees run to the north and east, whilst more dense trees are on the western side. Here is the existing site plan. You can clearly see the drains in the blue at the top and also to the side. And here are my site photos. So here I'm standing opposite, diagonally looking into the site to the southwest. And here I am standing at the access, so left up towards High Street in Spaldwick, and right you can see the April Green Services Station. And here I am mostly centrally in the site looking around, and the bottom right is me looking from the road opposite directly into the site. And here is me still looking around the site from the centre. You can see the Ivy Way development in the top two photos, and below to the north and towards the service station. So the scheme is for 15 dwellings. The scheme is 100% affordable homes and is a rural exception scheme. So units 1 and 2 here circled in red are shared ownership. And these 7 dwellings here in the 4 in the circle are first homes. And the next 5 dwellings to the south of the site are affordable rent. So the access would be from High Street to the north via a widened entrance road and footways provided on either side. There is also a diversion application to divert the existing public right-of-way, which is running north to south on the yellow line. It's proposed to divert that on the green dashed line to the left, just by the landscape walk. The whole site delivers approximately 3,000 square metres of amenity open space, which is an over-provision of open space in comparison to the requirements of the Huntingdonshire Developer Contributions SPD, which requires an overall open space area requirement of 696 square metres. The site would be arranged in a perimeter road with the proposed dwellings facing outwards, with rear gardens facing to the centre. So this slide here shows the 10-year split parking, bin and cycle stores. And this slide shows the proposed landscaping layout, which is recommended to be secured by condition. And this is the refuse tracking plan. And so I'm just going through the elevations here. So this is units 1 and 2. And just go on. And units 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8, Unit 9, Unit 10, which is a bungalow to the south of the site, which is coloured in purple, Unit 11, Unit 12, Units 13, 14, and Unit 15. So this is the street scene. The top to the right is what would be facing the high street, and the bottom are the bungalows facing the south of the site. So the parish council have objected. Their concerns relate to flood risk, surface water drainage, traffic and highway safety. And I've also had over 115 objections have been received on the application. They are summarised on this slide and are fully summarised in section 6.1. A late rep has been received after the officer report was published. This has been considered and does not raise any new issues that have not already been raised with the consultation period for the application, and is addressed in the published officer report. Although a broad range of issues were raised, most comments related to highway safety and flood and drainage concerns. Officers note these detailed concerns raised by the Parish Council and local residents. However, there are no objections from formal consultees, including the lead local flood authority and Cambridgeshire Highways, who both support the application subject to conditions and a Section 106 agreement. I do have the lead local authority here today to answer any flood and drainage queries. So Office considered that on balance, the proposal is acceptable, meeting local and national policy, subject to conditions and a Section 106 agreement, and it is therefore recommended to approve the proposal as per Section 8 of the Officer's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have three speakers for this particular application. The first speaker is Councillor Shane Parfrey from Spaldwick Parish Council, and I believe he's online. Welcome. Can you hear us? We can't hear you at the moment.
He is it. He's in the meeting.
Welcome.
Hello?
Can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Not at the moment. Just keep talking, I've been asked.
Oh, right, okay. Is that any better?
Yeah.
Guy with the funny Australian accent, can you hear me? I can see two of me.
We're still looking to see whether we can hear you.
Yeah, testing,
again.
testing. Yeah,
No.
testing. Any better?
Would you like to try again?
Yes, testing again.
No.
No.
I'll
I'm
move on
coming up
to
as-
onto our next. Can we go to the next?
No, he's not. Because that's suggesting he can speak.
No, okay. So while we're working out the sound for that particular speaker, we'll move on to our next speaker, who is Karen Pope, who is an objector to this particular application. Welcome, and thank you for joining us at such a late hour. And you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Thank you very much.
This proposed site is the lowest in the Spaldwick Valley, lower than the floodplain of Ellington Brook. The site has regular flooding with 3 significant flood events since Ivy Way was built 27 years ago, with almost annual surface flooding of the entire field that sits directly behind my house, not the 1 in 1,000 year estimate from outdated government flood maps. During winter 23-24, there were numerous Environment Agency amber flood alerts to Spaldwick from the Ellington Brook. This is our lived, first-hand experience. Listed building on the High Street, which is 150 metres away from the site and Ellington Brook, has had house insurance raised by over £1,000 per annum, directly linked to flooding. According to the government First Home Exemption Scheme for key workers, providing essential services and enabling them to buy homes in their areas that they work, Spaldwick has no significant employers, no suitable public transport, and no accessible cycleways. Therefore, this does not apply. The development will render the arable farmland directly behind 9 times the size of the development site inaccessible for farming, and it sits outside the village boundary. Affordable homes in a clay bowl valley bottom adjoining a floodplain that Anglian Water have refused to provide surface water drainage to because of the volume of surface water, leaving owners who can least afford it with unaffordable, unsustainable, unsellable fleasehold properties which can be difficult to finance, with increased flood pressures to the wider village, including my home and my friends that sit next to me. Our downstairs toilets regularly back up and overflow sewage into their threatening to overflow sewage into our ground floors during heavy or prolonged rain. The lack of sewage removal tankers to the pumping station are unavailable until many days after the rain has subsided. We already see water sewage sprouting from drains from the site. The proposed site will always be lower than the Ellington Brook and the floodplain. Honeycomb mesh suds is evidenced to not be suitable in clay soil, as seen in the Oxfordshire Suds Guidelines. The mesh will delay and clog, being costly, smelly to the proposed homeowners. The water running off from the A14 Ellington Brook will likely increase when the highways begin their work to prevent the A14 from flooding itself, as it will run into the Ellington Brook. And only one of the 3 flood risks, site and surrounding homes, has been partially mitigated in this development, which is the unsuitable SUD system. Failure of the protected flood flap valves, which we have seen become overwhelmed underwater to the brook, also allows floodwater into this site, and the Anglia Water pumping station unable to cope with sewage in periods of rain. This isn't guesstimates, this isn't statistics, this is the lived experience of villagers from Spaldwick who have lived there for many, many decades. Unfortunately, we weren't aware that we were able to send photographs of evidence. My career is based on evidence into this evening. We have submitted those for public viewing. They are in the public domain, and unfortunately, we've been prevented from showing them this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your kind comments tonight. Can you just explain to the committee, with regard to the flooding in 2020, when, as I understand it, the A14 was flooded, totally blocked, that field and the neighbouring petrol station were all both underwater. That is a correct fact, is it not?
Yes, it is. Thank you. The field sits directly behind my house and was completely submerged by water. The village was actually cut off in all directions, so villagers weren't able to leave or enter the village. My son took aerial photographs which showed the flooding of the field and the petrol station, which had to close for a number of days because it was completely submerged. And these have been submitted with mine and many of my friends' objections, so they are in the public domain. We do have photographs, but like I say, they're all photographs which have already been submitted with our planning objections here. And if you care to look at them, then I invite you to do so. But if not, they may be included, and they certainly were included during our objections.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much. As a resident of Spaldwick, you'll be able to help me on this particular point. Would you say there are enough services in Spaldwick that would enable people in these properties to live there without having to go anywhere else? Because as far as I'm aware, there's only one shop, which is the petrol station, which you can't do a weekly shop at. There's no real bus service because that's only 4 times a day. And, you know, to get to the doctors, that's either...
Councillor Gardner, I feel that that's quite a leading question.
All right, well, I was just trying to get... What are the services?
Can you ask what the services are that are available?
So the village is serviced by a petrol station, which has 3 fast food outlets and very small amount of shops. We've just been advised that that's going to be turning into a Waitrose, so I would suggest low earners won't be afford to shop there anyway. We have a school which has now got a limit of 24 pupils per year going into that school, and we have a pub. We have nothing else. The doctor's is 4 miles away. I was an emergency service worker, and I was only able to get to work by the use of my car. There's no safe cycleways to get you to Huntingdon. I did work at police headquarters, so I am used to that's close to the ambulance, to fire headquarters, police, and the local police station. You are unable to get there as an emergency service worker unless you have a car. Like I say, the doctor's is in Kimbolton. There is nothing else in Spaldwick. There is nothing for young people to do. There isn't anything at all from a service perspective.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. On a similar vein, but to perhaps invite you to comment on a question in another direction, is increasing the critical mass of residents and families in Spaldwick a factor in the sustainability of local services in the village?
The development is only proposing, I believe it's 5 houses with 3 bedrooms. Most families have 2 children on average, so any families that come into the local area, as soon as they have more than 1 child, are likely to leave anyway. The village doesn't oppose new properties being developed. What it does oppose is building on a floodplain that already can't cope with excess water, and building on a floodplain that risks flooding my house, that's my home, with toilets that we have to have out of order on the ground floor for days and days because the pumping station can't cope. That's sewage coming to the bottom of my toilet seat. It is very close to having sewage in the ground floor of my house, and that applies to 3/4 of the houses in Ivy Way. This is our lived experience. We have seen flooding, we have seen sewage, we have seen protective measures such as the flat valve, which sits opposite the service station. We have photographic evidence which we have submitted in our objections showing that this flood valve is underwater, therefore it is not stopping the water coming into the developed and proposed site. We have photographs of the High Street entirely submerged, with photographs showing exactly where it is, which is also to the entrance of the site. And once the drainage ditch has been covered over for water, which we know is lower than the road, it will only increase that surface floodwater running into the development further.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. Just briefly. So if I've understood correctly, your objection doesn't relate to the sustainability of Spaldwick for services. It's purely around flood risk and the impacts that you've described at length.
There are other areas that could be developed within Spaldwick on brownfield sites rather than this arable land, so we don't oppose to extra houses in Spaldwick. There has been, if you think, 200-ish houses and 110 objections to this application. This isn't an Ivy Way, NIMBY situation. This is serious concern for flooding of our homes and the wider village. We are seeing house insurance going up, directly linked to the increase of floods. It is not about extra houses coming into Spaldwick. It is about the flooding. We are in the bottom of a very shallow valley. The A14 runs along the bottom of that valley, and we know it floods, and we know this very important trunk road gets shut for days and days at a time, which it did in 2014, another photograph which was sent in on our objections. We know that when that work begins, it will only increase the runoff into the Ellington Brook, which further increases the risk of flooding on this particular site, which has not been addressed. We also know that the SUDS system that they've put in to take the waterway is not suitable for clay soil. It's been shown in Denmark and it's been shown in Oxfordshire to not be appropriate. These costs are being passed on to these low-earning, first-time buyers to maintain the mesh that sits underneath, which has been proven to rot, to go smelly, and this will be at the cost of those residents on low incomes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for clarifying.
Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? There are no more questions, so thank you very much for addressing us this evening. Could we just have the audience silent, please? Thank you. We'll move on to our next speaker. Fabulous, we can hear you. So I was just going to introduce you. So our next speaker is Shane Brayfree, one of our councillors at Spaldwick Parish Council. So welcome, and thank you for bearing with us with the problems and for it being so late. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? There are no questions, so thank you very much for joining us this evening. Thank you. We will move on to our next speaker, who is Gary Hutchinson, who is the agent for this particular application. Welcome. And you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Thank you very much.
Hi there. I'm Gary Hutchinson from Smith Jenkins Planning and Heritage, and I'm speaking in support of the application on behalf of the applicant. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the officers for working proactively with the applicant over the last few months. We've perhaps been working on this application now for 6 months, and as the officer said in the presentation, the current application is effectively a resubmission of a near identical scheme which was refused by the council in July last year. So that scheme was refused for 3 technical matters, one of which was a lack of a tracking drawing for refuse vehicles, which is now provided. The other one was for failure to enhance the public right of way, but as we mentioned, as the officer mentioned, an application is in for that. And the other reason was insufficient information with relation to the SUD strategy. So the applicant's gone away following the refusal, and the current application provides all of that information. We've met with the LLFA, and we've had further pre-application discussions with them, and they fully endorse our SUD scheme. Just kind of going on to that, because obviously the objector has spoken at length about flooding. Our scheme actually results in betterment in terms of flood risk. It's also relevant to note that the site is in flood zone 1, which is at the lowest risk of flooding. So it's fully endorsed by the LLFA, and there's no clear reason for the council to depart from the advice of the statutory consultee. Just moving on to the housing element. So this is an exception site providing 100% affordable housing. This meets an identified need in Spaldwick, which was identified via a housing needs survey. As per the council's latest monitoring reports, there's an acute shortage of affordable housing in the district. So the delivery of 15 affordable units should be welcomed by the council. The scheme's a great opportunity for young families and individuals to get onto the housing ladder with the 7 first homes. We've also got 3 shared ownership and 5 affordable rent. You might have seen today on the BBC website, there was an article saying it's the most difficult period for first-time buyers in 70 years to purchase a home. So we expect this scheme will be well received in the district. I'll just move on to one last point because the buzzer go. We do have an appeal in at the moment for the previously refused scheme, and we've got a cost appeal against the council. We've spoken with the council and we've agreed to withdraw that appeal if the application's granted this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for addressing the committee. Are there any questions? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Gary, for coming along and giving your points. Can you just explain to me, under 738 in the officer's report, I'm hoping you'll be able to answer this, you state that the permeable tank will withstand additional rainfall and no discharge with a closed flap out into the Auconbury Brook without creating flooding. How long, if we have continuous rain like we have had in periods, will that tank be operational before it reaches its capacity if the valve is closed into the Auconbury Brook? That's my first question. The second question is, what happens when the closed flap on the brook is closed, the Ellington Brook comes up and then comes across and onto your site? How are you going to stop that water, which is not surface water, it is water from the main river? Because I cannot see in this report how you're going to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't answer detailed technical questions. You know, do we have the officer from the flood authority
Yeah,
here this
we will
evening?
have an opportunity to ask questions to the LFFA.
I mean, all I can say is that we have had an extensive discussions with the LLFA on this site for a number of years, and we've got to a position whereby we've consulted with them on a scheme, which is the scheme that's in front of you, and they have no objection to the scheme. So for them to have no objection, we can't really do any more than that, and there's a lot of work that's gone into that. So, you know, we would fully support the recommendation of the LLFA.
Thank you very much. Councillor, Niche? Oh, no, sorry, Golson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about the existing drainage ditches that virtually surround the site. Who will have long-term ownership and therefore maintenance ongoing for that for those ditches?
I believe it's the local drainage board, the Alconbury Drainage Board, responsible for the ditches.
I was just wondering whether it's a question for the.
Yeah,
Riparian rights somewhere on there, but I'll leave that with the officer.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Councillor Niche.
So you moved me into asking a question. Mine just goes down to obviously you're hearing a lot of issues concerns, I should say, about the flooding. And yes, we can see the Lead Flood Authority have no objections, and I'm sure we'll have some questions for them. But from a developer's perspective, what maintenance schedule and how long a maintenance schedule are you looking into dealing with this on this site? For flooding, that is.
I'm not aware of the, you know, those matters have been discussed through the pre-application with the LLFA and they've been agreed. I don't know the precise details of the maintenance plan, but, you know, if there was any issue with the maintenance plan, I guarantee that the LLFA would say there's an issue with the maintenance plan. If they weren't fully satisfied, as we've learned over the last, 4 years working on the site, if they're not fully satisfied, then they will have some form of objection, and we've got to the point where there is no objection.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? There are no more questions, so thank you very much for addressing us. I would just like to welcome the representative for the LLFA. If you would like to just take a seat at the top. So if any of our councillors have a question to do with flooding, then you'll be there to help us with that. So we'll move on to our next section, which is questions of clarification for our officers or for our LFA representative. So Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is a question of clarification to Maria. With regard to the sequential test, when I'm reading the NPPF, it states that all plans should apply a substantial sequential test risk-based approach, which is 167, but we haven't done that here, and I'm assuming that's because it's less than 1 hectare. But surely, as an authority, if we're being responsible with regard to flooding, then when we know a site floods, surely we should ask for a sequential test to make sure that we are avoiding sites that flood in the future. So I'm just asking, in the first instance, why we haven't done it, and then the second part of that question is, have we had any correspondence with the Environment Agency with regard to the flooding from the Erlington Brook? Thank you, Chair.
So I'll just answer that. So the size of the site is under 1 hectare, therefore there's no requirement for the sequential test to be carried out, and therefore there was no requirement for the Environment Agency to be consulted on the application.
Thank you. Councillor Niche, you had a question, clarification.
Yeah, it's a question of clarification. It might be something I've missed, but I can't see anywhere that it says it's a rural exception site in here. Do we not normally put that down on the top as a rural exception site? That then proves that we've done housing needs survey, and also when was that housing needs survey done? Carried out, I should say.
So I have assessed the LP28, which is the rural exception site. That's at 7.21 of the officer report. The Spaldwick Housing Needs Survey was carried out in 2021, I want to say. I think that's right. Yeah, 2021. And that identified the need for 7 affordable homes. But because the NPPF requires 5% of the settlement, that is generally about 15 homes. So that's why it met that policy.
That's fine, thank you very much. It's just from a clarification point, I thought we used to put in there this was a rural exception site on the heading, because I actually have missed it out through there, and actually it would have covered a lot of my other issues that I have, knowing it was a rural exception site. Probably something we had did in the past, but we don't do now.
So it's the description of the application that we assess against, which is 15 homes. And it's controlled by Section 106 and a legal agreement. So that would secure the affordable homes element of the proposal.
Councillor Niche, do you have a follow-up question?
At the risk of scratching my head, which I don't want to do at the moment, I did think we actually put it in bolder to actually really clarify for us that it was a rural exception site, and it's taken me a while to realise, and I know it's been spoken about, but it's actually making sure, in my mind, this is being passed as a rural exception site and not as 100% affordable, which obviously in the future could be changed. And obviously the differences for a rural exception site is it's linked more to the village as opposed to further out wide. That was all.
Sorry, just come in there. So an exception site is a policy issue. It's not a type of housing. So therefore putting in the description, we're going beyond. So obviously what they're looking for is affordable housing, dwellings here. That's the type of development you're looking at. Obviously the policy we're looking at is a rural exception site. So it's probably going to be beyond what you should put in their description. Notes, normally people do put it in, but it's not necessary. We've recently gone through this with an inspector on a hearing at the end of last year, where they said it's not necessary to be in the description.
Thank you very much. Are there any other? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you just, it might be a question for either the flood or yourself, but I will ask the question anyway. With regard to the paving that allows the water to soak through, when we had the planning site visit, we visited a site, I believe it was Ramsey, where those blocks had become blocked with clay and dirt. In the report, you state that it will be the developer or the owner of the site will maintain those for the life of the site. By life, do you mean in perpetuity, or do you mean like a saucepan that you might buy from John Lewis or wherever that lasts for about 10 years? I would just want some clarification because that will affect the site considerably.
In this case, it would be the design life of the dwelling, so 100 years. There is a maintenance plan. We've conditioned it, so they have to provide a detailed maintenance plan, not just of the permeable paving and the tank paving, but of the ditches as well. That was a question earlier, I think. So as well as the internal drainage board, it'll be the job for the developers to maintain those ditches too. And at the moment, I've seen that they're quite overgrown, so they'll be substantially cleared.
So just for clarification, those ditches are included in the site edged in red. Councillor Niche.
Thank you. It's for the Leeds Local Authority. You probably heard me earlier asking about, you've talked about the maintenance plan. So who is responsible, which sounds like the developer you mentioned, and for how long is that responsibility the developer, and what happens should the developer not be able to meet that, and for whatever circumstance, shall we say?
In this case, it's the developers have a contractor, which I'm assuming they use for several of their developments, and they periodically visit the site to conduct the maintenance. In that plan, they'll detail how and how often, and we do have a condition actually to verify this once the site's constructed, not only for maintenance, just to check if everything's according to the plan as well, once it's been constructed.
Thank you very much. We'll just go to Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. I'm sure we're all on a similar theme. I mean, my question was going to be a slightly more basic version of Councillor Gardner's and Councillor Niche, topics they've touched upon, but for the LLFA representative, please. One of our speakers this evening has suggested specifically in light of the clay soil that the proposed drainage solution isn't appropriate. As our experts on these matters, I wonder if you could comment on that and reassure us whether or not it's regarded as appropriate.
Yes, certainly. From our evidence, we've seen hundreds and hundreds of these systems in place without any issues. I'm not saying there have been issues in the past with them, but in general, yeah, we're in full support of this system, and yeah, that's all I could say.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence. Thank you, Ben. Good evening to see you. With regard to 7.38, I'll now put the question to you that I gave to the developer's agent. The system, it states, can also withstand additional rainfall with no discharge and a closed flat valve without flooding. What that doesn't tell me is how long would the tank remain, before the tank is totally full. If we were to get constant rain like we have had in recent days and weeks this year, constant rain, how long would it take to fill that tank so that then the tank was not then operational? And what would occur if the Ellington Brook was to flood and to come over the top through the system and then onto that field there? What would that then do? How long would that give that site before it would be underwater?
In terms of the flat valve, obviously the development, I think you already know, this has its own flat valve, similar to the one that's already installed where the ditch discharges into Ellington Brook. And essentially, if there's a 1 in 100 year plus climate change storm event, the ditches like this winter were raised above the outfall for the development, and that flat valve shuts. It's essentially cut off, and it can withstand. They've provided calculations that it can withstand another 1 in 30 year plus 35% climate change storm event. I don't actually have the time on me at the moment, so I can't clarify that, but it's a substantial affair, this rainfall event of that magnitude, and it's shown that no manhole, no part of the system floods during this event. The worst there is surcharging, and so yeah, it can withstand that. And then with respect to the brook overflowing and going back, this is not in the modelling. The neighbouring field, I understand, does flood quite a lot, and the application site is some distance away from the brook, so I don't see how that would. It might go into the petrol station like previously happened, but with respect to objecting to this, we simply cannot, because the development itself we found not to be impacted by the flooding, and it will not increase the flood risk.
Thank you. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. Ben, I think you've answered a number.
Those that are in the public gallery, please can you put the pictures down? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You've answered many questions, and I was just going to ask you a general one about, obviously, residents are extremely anxious. This is the crux of their objection, isn't it? They're worried about flooding, and we heard from the lady at Ivy Close earlier, said she's had, instances where she's almost had sewage in her house because of heavy rain events. So I just wondered if you could just summarise, for the residents' benefit as much as for ours, why you think this is acceptable and their worst fears won't be realised. If you could just encapsulate that would be handy. Thank you.
In terms of the sewers backing up, that is not a surface water flood issue for ourselves. It's an Anglian water issue, which I'm pretty sure they're aware of this. And again, this is not a reason for us to object on this development. It's Anglian Water's job to. It's an Anglian Water issue, and it's their job to address this, basically. And,
could we stop? Thank you. You've had an opportunity to speak, so please do not call out. Thank you.
But yeah, in terms of the development itself, there's no reason for us to object. They've provided everything we've asked for. With the wider area flooding risk, that we acknowledge there is flooding in the wide area, but with the application site itself, there's no reason for us to object, as they provided everything.
Thank you very much. Councillor Garden, did you have another?
So can you just clarify for me then, did at any point the lead flood authority contact the Environment Agency to discuss with them the potential of flooding in this area, knowing that the A14 was closed for several days back in 2020? Spaldwick Village was cut off due to flooding from the Ellington Brook. Did we contact the EA? The planning officer has said, no, they don't need to. I'm now just asking you whether you did or not.
No, we did not contact the EA in this application.
Thank you. Councillor Wakeford, did you have another question of clarification, either to our planning officers?
I do, a couple, if you'll indulge me, Chair. For the LLFA representative first, please. The speaker for the applicant, I think, mentioned that, in fact, the development will improve the flood risk for neighbouring properties. I just wonder if you could comment and clarify for us, to the extent that you're able, to what extent that's supported by the LLFA.
Yeah, well, it's mainly down to the discharge rates. So currently in the Greenfield site, the discharge rate is significantly more than the proposed discharge rate, as there'll be a flow control which will limit. Essentially, they're holding surface water on site and slowly releasing it, much slower than it currently does. At the moment, as I said, it's a clay field, so it sheets off. It's quite a lot of ponding, so it reduces it in that respect.
Sorry. So, as Councillor Sanderson rightly said, this is clearly a core concern of local residents. So your professional judgment and the judgment on behalf of the LLFA is that actually proceeding with this development will make less, not greater, the flood risk to existing residents in the village.
Yes, that's the LLFA's opinion. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Goulson, have you got a question?
Yeah, I think this is for the officers. We've heard that the ditches that are around the site, we've heard that the ditches around the site, they will be maintained by whoever. But is it something that has been or can be conditioned that there should be a regular visits to access? Because having seen other sites, that these ditches do not get maintained on a regular basis, but it is something that could mitigate some of the flooding if they're maintained properly. But it might already be covered, is my question.
Yes, we can add that to a scheme of maintenance associated with a condition. So we can ask the LLFA to review the condition associated with that, and we can build into those parts with the agreement of the developers themselves. Councillor Wakeford. Sorry. Yeah, Councillor Jordan.
Right. Okay, thank you. Could you clarify for me which drainage boards are involved with Ellington? Because there are a number of drainage boards, and as somebody that lives in a village that floods and has involvement in drainage boards, I find one drainage board doesn't talk to another drainage board, who doesn't talk to Anglia Water. So we need to have very clear clarification about who is involved with what, because I think that's where residents don't often know where to go, and actually they are sometimes go from one to the other. So I'd like to know which drainage boards are involved. I know Ellington is, but is there any other one, please?
In terms of this site, it's the Alcobury and Ellington Drainage Board. Yeah, they're the only ones.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, clarification? Councillor Wakeford.
My last two, I promise, Chair. Firstly, on flooding, just for benefit of the committee, where we've got input from statutory consultees, so Anglia Water, who aren't objecting, and the LLFA, who've said and explained what we've heard. Are we, as a committee, when we come to our deliberation and decision, would officers feel able to comment on the extent to which we are entitled to substitute our opinion or judgment around flooding issues as distinct from respecting the judgment of the statutory consultees on the areas in question? Words of advice might be helpful for us as a committee, given the sensitivity of the decision and its significance.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I think having listened to the discussion tonight and the nature of the questions raised, particularly surrounding the theme of flood risk, I'm actually going to propose through the Chair that this item is actually deferred to enable officers to continue a conversation and include the Environment Agency, and that then we can represent this item to you next month, subject to having comments back from all parties. Through you, Chair, I propose that we defer this item if the committee is in agreement.
Do I have a seconder for that?
I'm quite happy to second that, Chair.
Okay. Well, you propose
Oh, yes, sorry.
first.
I'm quite happy to propose that, Chair. And that, can I just also ask, with regard to that we look into the highway situation, which the parish councillor mentioned, as did Mrs. Pope, with regard to the speed of the traffic coming off the A14, because it leaves the A14 at 70 miles an hour. There are vehicles that are going past that site in excess of 70 miles an hour. Now, I would just be interested to see what the highways going further would say about that, especially with all the parked lorries, particularly at night.
Okay. Is there someone else who would second? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to second that proposal. It's a very good idea. just because there is a drainage board in the area doesn't mean to say that the drainage board has control of that ditch that goes around the outsides. Drainage boards are something totally different. They control some of their own ditches and rivers and various drains, but they don't have control, so we can't say anything about that. This whole thing, since the lady first spoke, has put alarm bells ringing in my head, and I second this proposal because at the moment I couldn't agree with the officers on this. This is not where we want to go, so it's a good suggestion. So let's have another look at it and deeper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gardner and Councillor Butler. So we will just vote on deferring this item, on looking at further information from the Environment Agency and from Highways. All those that are to approval to defer, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Any abstentions? Any against? So that has been deferred.
We're still in.
Well, I'm not sure that now is the time. We've got another application to deal with. Yes.
Okay, we will move on to the next. We'll move on to the next item, which is 5C, which is Yaxley, and our planning officer, Kevin Simpson, will present that to us.
Sorry, we're just trying to get the presentation up, so apologies for the delay.
Yeah. We're just waiting. I don't think it's up.
Couldn't make up tonight.
No. Sharika's just popped to the loo. Hopefully she'll be back before, but I'll tell them. Just wait. Yeah. So if we just wait, we're just waiting for Sharika to come back.
Unless we get the same people in the room and continue. There are two options. You have a whole new hearing, or you continue the ones already. That's all I need to know. I would guess. We've done that when there's been. We did it once, but it was just to confirm conditions. For a different reason.
Right, we are now ready to present this particular item, which is item 5C on the agenda, which is 36 Shackleton Way in Yaxley.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. So yes, this is agenda item 5C, which is pages 341 to 360 of the reports pack. So just before we go through the presentation, I'll just run through some background with you. This relates to the conversion of a residential garage to a beauty salon in a residential area of Yaxley. It's presented at Development Management Committee as the officer recommendation of approval differs from that of the Parish Council of refusal. The objections from the Parish Council are as in section 5.1 of the officer report and broadly relate to impact on access, parking and road safety, impact on the community life of a residential area, concerns about a covenant on the properties that prevent business use, and concerns that a party wall act is required. On those points, it should be noted that the last 2 points are not planning matters and would need to be addressed by the applicant in the event that the permission is granted via civil means, so they can't be a material consideration in the determination of the application. 10 objections have also been received, originating from 7 different properties, and these are detailed in section 6.2 of the report. And they relate to matters ranging from parking and the potential for parking to take place on the green space opposite, the potential lack of control of visitors, impacts on wildlife, lack of engagement prior to application. There are a number of other factors which, as I said, are all listed in section 6.2 of the report, which you will have seen. There were 25 comments received in support from 23 properties, and those are in section 6.3 of the officer report. Again, just a brief summary. The support related to the community engagement, providing a service for people who were maybe vulnerable and weren't able to access them further afield, and support for allowing a business to thrive, a small business to thrive. No objections from Cambridgeshire County Council Highways or our HDC's Environmental Health Department have been received. It's proposed to operate the salon between 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wednesday to Friday and 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on a Saturday. That matter would be conditioned. And the design and access statement submitted states that the visitors to the salon would be on a one-in, one-out basis. It wouldn't be advertised, so there would be no walk-in appointments and a maximum of 5 customers per day with a 20-minute gap between each customer to allow for one to leave and another to arrive. Officers consider that all of the matters raised have been considered in the report and can be effectively dealt with by conditions referred to at the end of this presentation. So just moving on to the slides. The slide above shows the site edged in black and with the black hatching on it, showing the layout in regards to the residential area with the green space opposite. Next slide, please. And this is just an aerial view of the site. You can see the garage set back from the access to the highway. It is a garage that is a detached unit and shared with a neighbour to the north, you'll see there, at the end of a shared driveway. So that's just the location plan, again highlighting the garage with it identified in black there. That shows the existing plan form of the garage, so it's got the elevations. As you'll note, there is already a door inserted in the front in place of the original garage door. That was there at the time of the site visit that I carried out, and we have revised the description to reflect the retrospective nature of those works. There is no changes to the scale of the garage, and that is the only change externally. So there, in terms of visual amenity, no other impacts from that. And the next slide, please. So that just shows, again, the visuals, elevations, and the floor plan identifying what the layout of the salon would be. So that shows a front view of the garage with the door installed, and you can see the neighbour's garage adjacent with the regular garage door there. That's a wider view showing the parking availability on the driveway. So there is off-road parking for at least 2 vehicles, as you can see. From comparing it with the neighbour's drive, they fit there quite comfortably. So that shows a general view of the area with the green space opposite. And that's a view looking from the end of the driveway to the termination of the cul-de-sac. And that's a view in the opposite direction. So you can see the variance in the street scene there. And you can actually see the footpaths which are separated from the road. It was highlighted in some of the objections that there wasn't a footway, but as you can see, there is something there that provides that separation. So the recommendation of officers is to support with conditions relating to time limit for implementation, for it to be in accordance with the approved plans, the materials to be retained as you see there on those slides and photographs, the hours of operation to be conditioned as per the submitted design and access statement, a condition relating to client management, so an appointment-only service and a 20-minute gap between appointments, and that the business and the use shall be retained only in association with the occupiers of 36 Shackleton Way, so that it would never be able to be sold or let as a separate unit away from the residential dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 speakers for this particular application. The first speaker is Councillor Paul Russell from Yaxley Parish Council. Welcome and thank you for coming, and apologies it's so late. You have 3 minutes in which to address the committee.
Thank you very much. Paul Russell, Chair of Planning for Yaxley Parish Council. From what I've heard at the moment, we are inching ever closer to a position where the Parish Council will be able to approve it, but it was unfortunate that when we held our meeting, at which we reviewed it, the applicant was not in attendance. I understand historically now that they didn't know there was a meeting, and that's given rise to part of the confusion which has left the Parish Council without all of the answers. But I think we will resolve most of them today. Regarding the party wall in our formal objection, we did mention it, but it wasn't quite a typo, it was a misunderstanding. We were talking about the required interface with the neighbour, re the construction and details or sound insulation of that wall, which are not included in the application, because the neighbour is concerned about the business being next door to his garage, his property, and not knowing what system will be in place to stop any interference or noise coming through to him. The applicant has subsequently confirmed that the development is designed to allow for a hair salon on a one-to-one basis, but failed to clarify on such a one-to-one basis with one member of staff, the development requires 2 cutting chairs and 2 hair washing basins, as indicated on the proposed plans. The neighbours who attended our meeting were greatly concerned with the impact of the parking in the cul-de-sac and road safety. However, this might be alleviated if the applicant were to guarantee the 1-in-1 by ensuring the 20-minute gap between clients, thus ensuring that only 1 car parking space would be necessary, and this could be on the shared drive, making due allowance for the neighbours' use of their drive, possibly by the identification of the parking bay for the hair salon, so that the visitors didn't park in the wrong place. We would note that the application description indicates a new sliding door to the front elevation of the garage, but noting we could see no previous application to install said sliding doors, the application should instead highlight it's a retrospective application as the works have already commenced, we assume. The sliding doors affects the visual impact of this residential area, close to the protected waterport course for great crested newts, and a side entrance maintaining an apparent garage door might have been more acceptable to all. But the sliding door is already in place, so would need removing for this solution. Lastly, the application gives intended opening hours of Monday to Friday and Saturday, which do not, we understand, agree with those published on the applicant's current business Facebook page, nor the observed times of appointments. Could the applicant please confirm which are correct? I couldn't summarise if you can give me another 30 seconds.
You can have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. We would therefore request that this planning application is refused until 1, the construction detail of the boundary wall is confirmed, 2, the opening times of the proposed salon through the use of planning conditions are fixed, the maximum number of clients permitted in the proposed salon, again by planning conditions, is fixed, and the single car parking space for the salon is clearly identified on the drive of the property. The shopfront design would ideally be abandoned and a side entrance utilised. Thank you very much for your 30 seconds.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? There are no questions.
No questions?
No questions.
What time is this? And you've got no questions for me?
So thank you very much for joining us.
Cheers then, thank you.
Our next speaker is Victoria Palmer and Roy Crawley, the applicant. Good evening, and thank you for joining us, and apologies for it being so late. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Hold on. Hello, my name's Rory. I'm the applicant's partner. I'd just like to reiterate, there's no objection from the Highways Committee. There's no objection from the Environmental Agency. There's been several approvals in the past 3 years for similar change of use in the same area, approved by the same parish council. There's 11 limited companies registered on Shackham Way. We've looked at other locations for the business and there's none available in the Yaxley area. There's nothing at all to able to serve the customers of Yaxley. And going back to the comments above, the hours stipulated on Facebook were for one of the properties that we was going to try and get, and right at the last minute it fell through. So Victoria's worked with clients in that area for the past 10 years. A lot of them are elderly, can't leave the area if we move the business out of the area. With a strict op routine will be set hours of work, try to not disturb the neighbours. There'll be a 1-in, 1-out approach. Most of the clients reside locally, and we do encourage them walk into the service rather than drive in. And all building works will meet regulations and certificate will be issued by completion of the work, as well as electrical safety. So I think that's everything.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Goulson.
Thank you very much for coming down and talking to us. So as we heard from the councillor of the Yaxley Parish Council, can you confirm, so we've got clarity, what are the opening times? And also on your plan that was submitted, it does seem to indicate 2 chairs at I'm assuming the sink and 2 chairs. So if you can just answer those questions for me, please?
Yeah, there's two chairs. So there's one for it's a wash station. So one for washing hair, and one would be for cutting hair. Sorry.
Just for clarity, on your floor plan, on submitted floor plan, it seems to show 2 at the hair station and 2 in the mirror.
I believe it'd just be for aesthetic reasons. I does this only for the look because we bought 2 chairs for them and 2 mirrors. So yeah, could you come if you want to?
Yep, you can answer the questions. That's fine.
Yeah, so on the application, when the application was put in, 2 stations, one for being, sometimes there are people that obviously they reside locally and they cannot always walk and drive, so sometimes they have relatives come with them. So it might be mother and daughter, mother and grandma, and they come together. So one might have their hair done and might be sitting there waiting while the other one's having her hair done. So although they'll be on a one in, one out basis, I do have families that come together because I've been in the village for many, many years, and I've also been working in the local community, and I respect the community, but I also get families that come together. So if those families come together, it might be one in, one out. I've only got 1 pair of hands, so it'll only be me working, but 2 stations, I think it looks more professional as well. I think one just on its own looks a little bit odd. So having, like you say, a mum coming in and then a daughter, one can have their hair done and sit and wait while the other one's having their hair done. Yeah, and that was my reason for obviously my application.
Thank you very much.
Also, the opening times and days, because there seemed to be a movement away.
Yep, so my social media page is completely different from what my open hours are going to be if the application is approved. I'm already set up and have been working from home. So my Facebook page is completely different to what my application is on my garage.
Sorry, so what are you asking for so that we've got clarity, so we can must even have those as conditioned hours or dates?
Can they just be discussed a little bit further? Or are they like set hours that have definitely been set?
Can I bring in our planning officer, because I think they know.
Okay, so the application's been determined based on what was submitted as part of the design and access statement, which is referenced in the officer report and the hours that I stated at the beginning of the presentation. So it was 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wednesday to Friday and 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on a Saturday. So in the event of approval, those hours would be conditioned. If you wanted to consider amending those in future, you would have to come to us for a variance on those Section 73 application to vary those conditions, at which point we would do a reconsultation with neighbours, the parish council, etc., and they'd have the opportunity to comment, and it would either be a delegated decision, or if the parish council object and we approve it, we could end up at a committee situation again. But ultimately, any variance to what would be approved here, because I've determined the application based on what was submitted to me as part of that design and access statement. Thank you.
So that says on there Wednesday to Friday, so Monday and Tuesday will be closed. Is that correct?
Yes, so that was what was detailed in the design and access statement that was submitted by your agent.
Okay, I'm absolutely fine with that, but there should be a little bit of a tweak on there because I never wanted to work every Saturday. I only want to propose to work alternate Saturdays because I have 2 children.
That's not to say you're forced to work those hours. It's just you couldn't operate out. So just because we condition those, if you chose not to open on a Wednesday, that's not a problem. It's just to say you can't operate, say, at 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening. Those are your limitation of hours. It's a bit like, I don't know, a pub, an arcade or something like that. You're conditioning it to limit the impacts that might arise from it. Okay.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this speaker? No, there's no other questions. So thank you very much for joining us. So we will move on to questions of clarification for our planning officer. Are there any questions, planning? Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. I'm just realising there must be a whole new sphere of work of the planning enforcement team hounding applicants into work where we've got approvals. I am interested to clarify the condition around the so-called one in, one out policy. I think, unless I've missed it, there's reference to there being a condition on that in the report. I don't think the full wording of the condition's in there. If I've missed it, please flag. But otherwise, can I take it we do have language that would accommodate the single visit of more than one member of a family, or otherwise would we be, in the event we were minded to approve this, we'd be needing to delegate permission around finalising wording of that in order to capture.
Thank you. Yeah, so what I'm going to take it back to, we have a similar sort of situation where we allow a short-term holiday let, so we can word a condition so that the owner of the holiday let, or in this case the salon, is required to keep a log of their visitors, which can be presented to the local planning authority. I think from memory it's something like within 7 days of a request. So in the event of a report of a breach of that condition, planning enforcement can say, okay, I need to see your booking system. I need to show the names and addresses, who you've had, when they've arrived, and the applicant would need to present that to us within that reasonable time frame.
Thanks. So I more mean what was summarised possibly incorrectly as a one in, one out condition. Is the condition we're looking at going to cater for where it's more than one sort of body in the building at once, with the example of the mum and daughter visit together? That's what I'm wondering about, so that we're not at risk of, in the event we did support this in the next item, so we're not at risk of supporting something that has a condition that precludes the usage we've just heard described.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, so that can be relaxed. I think for the main thing for us was intensification of an area. You've got a residential area where people are coming and going as it is, but it was so you've not got 10 or 20 people arriving at one time. Yeah, exactly. But yes, certainly we can relax that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of clarification for the planning officers? There are no other questions, so we'll move on to the discussion. Who would like to start the discussion on this particular application? Councillor Jordan, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think this is a very good application. I think the conditions that you've put on especially are very good, about the hours, how many people are allowed in there. We saw from the photos the parking. Yeah, I'm mindful to approve this. I don't see much wrong with it myself.
Thank you. Councillor Niche.
Thank you very much. Was that a proposal? I missed that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to second that proposal, although I don't fully understand hairdressing, as you can tell. Yeah, I had a close cut. Yeah, okay. And with the conditions we're putting on them, and I think that alleviates all the issues that the parish council came up with as well. So I'm happy to second that without taking any longer.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brayton.
Yeah, I was going to second it, but I'm in full agreement with it.
Fantastic. Councillor Wakeford.
Thank you. With the proposal and as seconded, would that capture the sort of whatever it would be, one visitor or one vehicle, whichever's larger option, rather than the hard one in, one out, that would capture the family arriving together without that being precluded?
Yes, that would. Councillor Butler.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the Parish Council for turning up actually and explaining their situation now, as we all read it. When the council or Parish Council refuse it, that's it. But thanks for explaining your situation, and I'll support the application.
Councillor Nish.
Well, as it's so late, I wanted to thank Kevin for keeping us wait this time of night as well.
Thank you. So we'll move for a vote. So Councillor Jordan has proposed approval and Councillor Nish has seconded that proposal. So those all in favour of approval, can you please raise your hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
So that has been approved. We will move on to item 6 on the agenda, which is appeal decisions, and we'll have the report from our service manager.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, members, for my ICT equipment earlier. 9 appeals determined this month. All were dismissed. The one to bring your attention is probably the Tinled one, which was a public inquiry against non-determination appeal. Apologies. It's a appeal hearing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of our meeting. So thank you, everybody, for your contributions this evening.